A very warm good morning to all of you. Nice to have a warm good morning in this season. In the morning it was a bit foggy and now the sun is out in full swing. So I hope all of you are doing good. And the students who have written the exam this year, some of them have also joined us. I expect most of the people who would be joining us live would be the ones who would be writing this exam in the years to come. I so hope that others have also joined, that means those who have written the exam this year, to see how well did they attempt, how well did they write the answer to the questions. Let me tell you in the beginning, you all must have written, should have written and have written very good answers. There is no need to worry absolutely anything about what you have written in the exam. We are discussing these questions. We have had the benefit of number of days to prepare our answers, to tell you what should you be writing in the answer, to form a proper structure of the answer, and hence get ourselves evaluated in a very good manner, in an excellent manner. We have had so many meetings, discussions, model answers before us, time to think. Those of you who have written the exam and those of you who will be writing the exam in future, those you don't have that benefit that we do have, which we do right now. So therefore, nobody should worry about मैंने ये आंसर में नहीं लिखा, मैंने वो नहीं लिखा, मेरे आंसर में इतने मार्क्स आएंगे, इतने नहीं आएंगे. No, there is no need to worry about anything. All of you have done well and all of you will be doing very well. This is the starting message that I would want to give to anybody who is watching this session. Let's begin our discussion. I hope all of you have seen the syllabus, all of you have seen the questions and know which part of the syllabus do they belong to. For your reference, the questions that I will be discussing, the 8 questions that have been asked this year, I have also separately marked which topic or subtopic from the syllabus these questions have been asked from. If you look at the trend of previous years, since past 3 years, 8 questions have been asked in prelims, in mains examination. 8 questions have been asked in mains examination from economics. Year before that 10 were asked, but on average we are seeing now 8 questions are usually asked. If you see on your screens, you'll also see slides about the trends of questions, the number of questions that have been asked. So 8 questions, and these 8 questions are from varied spheres, varied subtopics. If you look at the topic wise distribution, most of the questions that are asked are from agriculture and this broad topic of growth and development. Now in this broad topic of growth and development, I have tried to include all the basic macroeconomics as well. Macroeconomics as well are, for example, the first chapter of our national income accounting, chapter on investments, chapters that concern these topics from the economic survey. So this growth and development, this is that broad topic. Inclusive growth included in this. So this is a very broad topic. The first 30%, the first portion of this pie chart that you see, growth and development, that's a very broad topic, and from that about 30% of questions have been asked. The next big chunk of questions are from industry and trade. This year they asked only one question. I mean, you can broadly categorize as one question, but not even one directly from this topic. Otherwise they usually ask question from this. Now in this industry and trade, I usually include foreign trade, exports, employment, all these things. These are the things that I include in this subtopic. And finally, if you see the biggest chunk of questions, they have been asked from agriculture. Every year you would see that at least 3 questions out of 8, at least 3 questions, sometimes 4, this time 4 questions are asked from agriculture. Now agriculture, again, it's a very broad topic in itself. There are multiple facets. From farm to fork, you have multiple aspects of agriculture, from production to cropping pattern to marketing to various inputs, irrigation systems. So there are, agriculture itself is a very big topic, and it's no surprise then that most of the questions have been asked from agriculture only. Some questions are asked, one question every year you will see. Every year one question is from budgeting. One question every year is from budgeting. And they don't ask questions such as what is performance budgeting, what is outcome budgeting. They don't ask questions like this. They ask questions regarding some certain aspect of budget, certain specific aspect of budget. Since 2 years they have been asking question on GST. This year they ask a question on GST. Last year they asked a question on GST. And in 2017, year before that, they asked a question on GST. So abhi 2 saal lagatar they asked a question on GST. They have asked a question on gender budgeting. They have asked a question on budgeting techniques in view of liberalized economy. After 1991, we have opened up on economy, and what are the budgeting constraints that we have, or expenditure management constraints that we have. I think this question was asked last year. Very beautiful question. So this is the broad distribution of topics from which questions have been asked. Let's start with our discussion straight away. Let's look at the first question that was asked this year. The first question was, explain intra-generational and intergenerational issues of equity from the perspective of inclusive growth and sustainable development. Such a broad question, such a broad question. There are 4 concepts that you have to have knowledge about to write answer to this question. You should know about equity, and then you should know about intergenerational and intragenerational. Then you should know about what is inclusive growth. Then you should know about sustainable development. And you'll have to mix all these things together in some form which the question is asking. It is not merely the knowledge of definitions of these words, these terms, that is required in this answer. In your answer, you should not be writing equity means this, intergenerational means this, intragenerational means this, and then write sustainable development means this and inclusive growth means this. Ye 4 concepts, if you start writing definitions of these 4 concepts, 1.5 page would be filled. You have got 2 pages to write this answer. Merely 150 words mein aapko answer khatam karna hai. So you cannot focus on writing elaborate definitions of these concepts. Understand the question. Question is, you have to explain intragenerational and intergenerational issues of equity from the perspective of inclusive growth and sustainable development. That means spend some time in understanding what is the examiner trying to ask. I usually tell this in the class as well as my test discussions. I tell this, that if you have 10 minutes of time to write an answer, for example in this 10 marks question, you have about 9 minutes of time to write one answer. You should be spending around 2 minutes of your time without raising your pen. Without raising your pen as in trying to understand the question. We are in a habit of, we see that we have to attempt 20 questions, elaborately write the answers to them so that we are in the position to get best marks. And in that process, what we end up doing is we end up devoting minimum time to reading and understanding the question. We spend more time in writing the answer, thinking about what will I write, then write that thing, then again raise our pen, then think what more I have to write, then again start writing. A very inefficient way to write answers. The efficient way to write your answer is that you spend 2 minutes of your time in reading the question and understanding what is the requirement. What is the requirement here? The requirement is that you have to explain this concept of equity. You have to explain this concept of equity in the light of model of growth, which is inclusive growth, growth being inclusive and growth being sustainable. You have to explain this equity from the perspective of inclusive and sustainable growth. And which aspect of equity? You have to explain inter and intragenerational. Focus should be on explaining that how will inclusive growth and sustainable growth address the issue of present equity, address the issue of equity that may arise between generations. This should be the focus. The topic from which this question has been asked, multiple topics can be related to it. The first part of your syllabus, mains ka syllabus mein jo first part hai, that is the subtopic which is in focus here. Issues related to planning and mobilization of resources, growth and development, employment, inclusive growth and issues arising from it. ये जो first topic है आपका syllabus के अंदर, this is the topic which is relevant here. How should you be writing the answer to this question? Well, what what is meant by intergenerational equity and intragenerational equity? Equity means just, fair, equitable distribution of resources, of benefits, of opportunities. Pursuit of inclusive growth. What is inclusive growth? It will help you to answer this question of equity. The model of growth that we tend to pursue is most of the times top down or trickle down. In that trickle down model of growth, we have the top of the people growing, the top of the pyramid growing, and the benefits of growth are being distributed via an active government to the people who are at the bottom of the pyramid. This is your pyramid, let's say, pyramid as in population. These are the people at the top, these are the people at the bottom. These people grow and the benefit of growth are redistributed by the government to the people at the bottom. Inclusive growth means, inclusive growth is not merely another model of pro-poor growth. Every model of growth that has been pursued is pro-poor, is trickle down, not pro-poor. It is obviously pro-poor. But what is special about inclusive growth? Special thing about inclusive growth is that it is a growth in which the people who are at the bottom are not merely passive recipients of growth. They are rather active contributors to the growth process. Active contributors to the growth process, not merely passive recipients. And if you understand this aspect, that these people are active participants, not passive beneficiaries of the growth process, then you will be able to answer the issue of intergenerational inequity or intragenerational equity. Inequity arises from these people at the top growing and the bottom not growing, merely receiving benefits. To address inequity, you need inclusive growth so that people at the bottom become contributors to the growth process. And what else would you write in this? जब आप intragenerational equity की बात कर रहे हो through inclusive growth, you should be writing that it is equity of opportunities or availability of opportunities, making them skilled, providing them with adequate opportunities, with skill, with education, with health, so that they are able to contribute. It is not that they don't want to contribute, they should be made able to contribute. This would be helped by inclusive growth. Inclusive growth addressing the aspect of intragenerational inequity or intragenerational equity, issues of equity. What about sustainable growth? Again, the manner in which you define sustainable growth. Sustainable growth is growth of the present without compromising the ability to grow of the future. Growth of the present without compromising the ability to grow of the future. That is what sustainable growth is. How can you compromise this because you have incorporated the ability of future generation to grow? That means you are not talking about intergenerational inequity or intergenerational equity, whatever way you want to put it. Equity of opportunity between the present generation and the future generation. If you utilize the resources, environmental aspect आप सब लिख सकते हो. Write down the aspect of debt here. Debt becomes an important aspect because debt creates intergenerational inequity. We borrow from the future to spend today. Is it that the spending that we are doing today, is it leading to better circumstances, better situations, better opportunity to the future from which we have borrowed? The government borrows and the government is going to, if government borrows something, government is going to repay it back. How will the government repay it back? Government will repay it back by taxing. Who will be taxed? The future generations are going to be taxed. For whom? The benefit of present. So is it sustainable? There has to be limit to borrowing debt. I'm ignoring the environmental aspect because I think that all of you would have written environmental aspect in this. Destruction of environment for present use rather than utilization of resources for present use and hence compromising the ability of the future generation to use those. I am assuming that you would have written all those aspects in sustainable growth. That is obviously very important part. I am talking about another aspect of debt, of government spending. Is the government spending sustainable or is the taxation system sustainable? All that would also form part of sustainable growth, addressing the issue of intergenerational inequity. This is how you should be writing your answer. Structure your answer around this concept of equity and then deal with this equity concept from the perspective of inclusive growth, that how does inclusive growth address inter and intra-generational inequity, and how does sustainable growth address inter and intra-generational inequity. I hope this is clear to everybody. Let's move on to the next question. Question number 2. Define potential GDP and explain its determinants. What are the factors that have been inhibiting India from realizing its potential GDP? Potential GDP. Now this is a topic on which I spent some time in my initial classes. The first 2 or 3 classes are spent in explaining these concepts: production possibility curve, a country's the concept of opportunity cost, the concept of potential GDP. All these come from this particular concept. And what usually happens is, sometimes students are not very happy that these type of questions are not asked in the exam. I don't know who informs them that these questions are not relevant or not important from the point of view of exams, because if you go and pick up every year's paper, mains examination paper from last 10 years, every year you will find one question which is of this basic nature. एकदम basic nature का question होता है. What is potential GDP? One approach is, or one way is, that you simply know the meaning of the word potential, you know the meaning of the word GDP, and then you are trying to answer in the dark, trying to link these two terms and writing the answer. Okay, this is the potential GDP. That would be largely correct, but that would not be specific. That cannot fetch you good marks. This concept of potential GDP, if you are simply writing what is the potential output that a country can produce, that is potential GDP. Well, certainly yes, that is how you define potential GDP, but what next? If you incorporate the concept of production possibility frontier in your answer, then your answer looks informed answer, like a person who has studied the concept is writing this. If you introduce the concept of opportunity cost, as in how to utilize resources to maximize the output, how to make choice to maximize the output, if you introduce that concept in your answer, the concept of opportunity cost, production possibility frontier, then your answer looks a well informed answer, not a vague answer, a general answer. As I said, certainly yes, potential GDP is the total amount of output that you can produce, potentially can produce, that is potential GDP. But how do you attain that potential GDP? Uske liye you will have to write certain specific aspects. Again, those of you who may not have written these concepts in the answer, again, as I said, no need to worry about it. Your answer is largely correct, largely correct. A person who may have written these concepts may get 1 mark more than you or 2 marks more than you, but that is nothing to worry about. That should not be a cause of concern. Certainly not a cause of concern. What is potential GDP and explain its determinants? What are the determinants of potential GDP? The output that a country can produce using its existing resources and given the extent of technology, usko bolte hain potential GDP. Potential GDP is what a country can produce given its existing resources and given the level of technological development in the country. That is what is potential GDP. अगर हम केवल यहीं पे छोड़ दें that what a country can produce, there is no limit to what a country can produce. Why? You have now left the answer in between. Vague है आपकी term. Given current resources and given the current extent of technology that you have, what is it that the maximum you can produce? That means you use the existing resources to the maximum possible efficiency. That is what the concept of potential GDP is. What are its determinants? Well, determinants of potential GDP are not any different from determinants of GDP. GDP is final value of goods and services produced in the economy in a given year or in a given time period. That is GDP. Potential GDP, final value of goods and services that can be produced in the economy given the current amount of resources and the current technological level. That is what potential GDP would be. What would be its determinants? As I said, determinants are not different from determinants of GDP, but there is a one important difference. Potential GDP entails the concept of utilization of resources in the best possible manner. Utilization of resources in the manner through which output can be maximized. utilization of resources in a manner through which output can be maximized. So output maximizing use of resources will lead to potential GDP. It is the quality of your factors of production that determines whether you will be able to achieve potential GDP or not. Quality of your factors of production. If skill exists, for example, answer में लिखना पड़ेगा ये चीज को, quality of factors of production, quality of capital employed, quality of labor employed. These are the things that will determine what is the output that is produced by your factors of production. If skill exists in the population and that skill is available only to a few people and not to the people who can get that skill, in that case skill is available, technology is available, but it is not being used in a manner that can maximize the output. So determinant is the extent, the scope of quality of factors of production prevalent in the population or in different factors. Extent and scope and the quality of the factors of production prevalent in the country. That is the biggest determinant of potential GDP. A country will be able to achieve potential GDP if the skill is present, the technology is present, and it is available to be utilized by anybody who wants to utilize it. That is how potential GDP of a country can be reached. What are the factors that have been inhibiting India from realizing its potential GDP? Factors that have been inhibiting. Three-part question. There should be a proper structure to your answer. First, simply write a subheading. When you start your answer, give a subheading. पहली line में subheading लिखो. Potential GDP. Write down one line definition or two line definition. Next subheading, determinants of potential. Subheading must be clearly visible. Examiner should know that you have answered all the parts. Third subheading, factors that inhibit India from realizing its potential GDP. What can be the factors that inhibit India? Important factors are skill development, inequitable nature of growth or inequitable society, non-existence of scale at which technology can be exploited or technology can be used. Technology is available, but technology is costly, technology is unaffordable. Existence of large informal economy inhibits India to achieve its potential GDP. MSMEs, for example, MSMEs do not get access to best resource which is available. Best resource is available but is not available to MSMEs. Why would anybody, let's say, who graduates from, let's say, some IIM go and work in an MSME? An MSME is largely a family based enterprise, doesn't pay you well, and your scope of growth is restricted. Why would anybody who has the skill go and work in an MSME? That person who has skill would probably go and work abroad. Drain of resources, a very important factor that India is not able to realize its potential GDP. Drain of resources, drain of skill, drain of wealth. Factors that have inhibited India to realize its potential GDP. Unable to skill the population. The quality of graduates that we produce are not employable. Write down अपने आंसर में लिखो उस चीज को. That recent survey found out that only about 46% of the people who graduate are employable anywhere according to the relevant skill. So employability is less of people. That means you are not able to achieve the maximum that you can from your factors of production. Hence, you are not able to achieve your potential GDP. Factors that inhibit India from achieving its potential GDP. Your focus should be, जैसे मैंने अभी आपको 3 या 4 factors बताए. Your focus in your answer should not be to write down 10 different factors or 6 different factors, so that कि आप ज़्यादा factors लिखो और आपको उसमें marks मिले. No. Your focus should be to elaborate properly with example one of those factors. Each of those factors, not one, each of those factors जो भी आप लिख रहे हो. With example, जैसे I told you about skill. So write down with example unskilled population or inability to scale. I told you about technology. I told you about availability of skilled resource or skilled employment to MSMEs, or availability of finance to industry. So these are the factors that you should be writing which prohibit India from achieving its potential GDP. और उसमें इन factors में आगे आपको एक line लिखनी पड़ेगी explain करने के लिए that what is this factor, why is this factor, and why is this factor a constraint on India's ability to achieve what it can produce. I hope you get the answer. Let's move on to the next question. Question number 3. What are the main constraints in transport and marketing of agriculture produce in India? What are the main constraints in transport and marketing of agriculture produce in India? So this topic, the question is from the topic transportation and marketing of agriculture produce and issues and related constraints. It's straight away this topic is mentioned in your syllabus. So no surprise this question has been asked. The answer to this question is straightforward. It should be your ability to structure your answer. Structure of the answer is important. बहुत ही straightforward आसान question है. As in, I don't think so there is even a need for me to give you what should be the answer to this. Main constraints in transport and marketing of agriculture produce. And because of what has been going on in the country since past 2-3 months, all of you must be now well aware about the constraints in agriculture marketing. सबको मालूम होगा. You must have read newspapers multiple times, multiple articles, exploring pros, cons, everything of what is the current agriculture marketing system. So all of you know answer to this question better than me. Trust me, you know it better than me. What are the constraints to transport? Improper infrastructure से start करेंगे. Yes, improper infrastructure. Not having pakka roads. The village roads are not of the quality, and that leads to are not of good quality, and the transportation mechanism is not advanced, and that leads to about 20% of our agriculture produce going waste every year, not making up to the marketing stage every year, about 20% of our produce. So that is a constraint or the main constraint in transport. Another constraint in transport is that, listen very carefully, the transportation infrastructure or the logistics infrastructure in our country is not well developed, because to develop logistics infrastructure, storage is an integral part. Not merely transporting grains or transporting agriculture produce from one place to another, there must also be facilities to store grains or store other agriculture produce so that the produce is fresh. The entire burden should not be of transportation to transport goods from one place to another in their fresh form. You must supplement the transportation infrastructure with proper storage infrastructure. The storage infrastructure in the country is almost non-existent. There is virtually no participation of private sector in storage because of various acts, most importantly Essential Commodities Act. Because of that, storage infrastructure has not come up, and that has not been able to complement the transportation infrastructure. So again, another constraint in transportation. At the same time, you can write agriculture produce. One other important point that you should be writing: agriculture produce is perishable in nature, and therefore you need, for example, to transport perishable items, to transport animal produce in agriculture, animal produce, for example, transport fishes, part of allied sector of agriculture, to transport fruits and vegetables. You would require refrigerated trucks, which are costly, not available in India. Vaccine को transport करने के लिए we have trucks, as in we have very few number of trucks to transport vaccine. Think about the number of trucks that would be available to transport fruits and vegetables which are of perishable nature. Almost non-existent, almost non-existent. So therefore again an important constraint in transportation infrastructure in our country. What are the constraints in marketing of agriculture produce? This all of you know very well. The biggest constraint comes from APMC Act, as in where the farmer is required to sell his produce in a designated area in a designated manner. The farmer is prone to be exploited. Why is the farmer prone to be exploited there? Simply because the farmer is under pressure to sell his produce all at one time. Because there is no storage infrastructure, because the number of people who are buying from the farmer are less, and because the farmer has not had any income in past 6 months. पिछले 6 महीने में farmer has cultivated his produce, he has not earned anything from his agriculture produce in 6 months. It is only at one point of time, twice a year or thrice a year if you have 3 crops. It is only at one specific point of time that you will be earning your income of past 3-4 months. This fact is known by the person who is buying, and therefore the person who is buying exploits the farmer. The main issue, the main constraint in agriculture marketing. If farmer has the opportunity to store his produce, then some of this problem may be addressed. If farmer has the opportunity to sell his produce through a contract, then some of this problem may be addressed. If farmer has the opportunity to sell his produce to have an access to larger number of traders across the country or in a wider region, rather than constraining himself to a one specific mandi, then this problem can be further addressed. And finally, if farmer has the information about what are the expected prices in future, trading in future, if farmer has the knowledge about what are the expected prices in future, in that case also farmer can make better decision as far as marketing of his produce is concerned. So these become the constraints. Not having information about futures prices, not having access to larger number of traders in a larger area, not having access to better storage facilities, not having access to adequate information for selling his produce, and all this combined with the exploitative nature of trade, all these things create constraints for agriculture marketing in our country. So this is about the answer to this question. Let's move on to the next question, question number 4. What are the challenges and opportunities of food processing sector in our country? How can income of farmers be sustainably increased by encouraging food processing? Challenges and opportunities of food processing sector in our country. Straightforward answer लिख सकते हो इसका. Food processing, write down, analyze this food processing thing from farm to fork. First aspect, food processing is an industry, it would need input, as in it would need raw material for processing. Is food available to be procured by the food processing industry? Answer is no. Only in items in which there is contract farming specifically allowed, only for those items industry can procure raw material, that is food, from the producer. Otherwise industry would have to go to the market and be subject to exploitation of the APMC, and only then it can produce, which leads to increased costs, which leads to uncertainty in procurement, which leads to unavailability of uncertainty about the quality of produce which is being sold to the company, to the food processing industry. Constraints on the first constraints at the first step. Next step, at the processing stage. At the processing stage you would require investments. Investments would only be coming in food processing sector when you know that there is surety of procurement, there are less constraints on exporting or selling your products. Then would somebody be willing to invest? I would set up a food processing plant if I know that my raw material is assured and my market in which I have to sell is assured. If that is not assured, the investment will be constrained. So again, second aspect, second constraint in food processing industry. Challenges and opportunities. Challenges की बात करें in food processing. Opportunities, huge opportunities in food processing. First opportunity is that it is a sunrise sector, as in it is a sector which is as of now picking up. It is a sector which is as of now not as prominent as it should be. Food processing industry has the opportunity, has the potential to employ people who can be freed from agriculture, who are disguised unemployed in agriculture. There is a huge workforce in agriculture who is not producing any substantial output. That workforce gets released. What is the industry which can gainfully deploy them, gainfully employ them? Their skill, अभी तो जो agriculture worker हैं, we consider them as unskilled workers. But when the industry comes up which recognizes their skill, those workers will no longer be unskilled. अब एक ऐसी industry है, there is an opportunity, there is an industry which recognizes these workers as skilled workers. Which industry is that? That is food processing industry. So potential or opportunities of food processing industry, very important that it has the opportunity to absorb the excess employment from agriculture into this high value industrial sector. Another opportunity of food processing industry, opportunity of exports. India is one of the largest producers of fruits and vegetables in the world, largest producer of milk in the world. We have excess production of so many items going on. Through food processing industry, we can utilize this excess production to produce processed goods and cater to the demand of world, cater to the demand of a growing Indian economy, and hence add value to agriculture. If we are able to add value to agriculture, it can be rationally expected, it can be reasonably expected that part of that value would also go to the producer, that is the farmer. And hence these are the opportunities associated with food processing industry. How can income of farmers be sustainably increased by encouraging food processing? I have answered this question. Abhi मैंने answer किया है. How can income of farmers be increased? If food processing industry is able to create value, is able to sell its goods, export its goods, in that case, surety of procurement, indulging in contract farming, the increased value, some of that can go to the, would certainly go to the farmer in form of increased incomes, and hence income of farmers can be sustainably increased by encouraging food processing. The problem right now is that we have excess supply of items which farmers are producing, and because there is excess supply, the farmer is not able to get the desired value from the market. That excess supply of, for example, milk can be absorbed by milk processing industry, make skimmed milk powder, and therefore now from that you will be able to absorb much of the supply of milk. The milk farmer will get proper prices, and the farmer of milk which is selling milk to the industry may also get proper prices, will certainly get proper prices. So this is how farmers income can be sustainably increased. Let's move on to the next question. Now we are moving to the 15 marks question. Question number 11. Explain the meaning of investment in an economy in the terms of capital formation. Discuss the factors to be considered while designing a concession agreement between a public entity and a private entity. Well, I reserve the rights to brag about this again, but still we'll explain the meaning of investment in an economy in terms of capital formation. If you read government documents regarding, for example, if you read economic survey, you will see when government comes out with its estimates of GDP in chapter number 1 of every year's economic survey. परसों आ जाएगा economic survey. In chapter number 1 of every year's economic survey, you will find that government gives estimates of GDP, and in that estimate of GDP you will find investment, and within investment you will find one entry under investment is gross fixed capital formation. What is capital formation? Explain the meaning of investment in an economy in terms of capital formation. देखो basic का question है. I mean, this is a question UPSC. I would like to comment on the questions like these. These are the questions that are so good questions. This question number 11 and question number 1 in this year's paper. Both these questions. These are the questions that you will have to answer, if you will be able to answer if you have studied NCERT and if you have had proper understanding of terms which are mentioned there. If you have read economic survey, if you have read NCERT, only then you will be able to answer these questions properly. Also that question of potential GDP. You need to have knowledge about the subject, not merely knowing about news, not merely knowing about that something has happened, therefore my preparation is complete. I know about something has happened, hence my preparation is complete. Knowledge about concepts. This question is testing that knowledge again. 3 questions we have seen in this year's paper out of 8. Out of 8, 3 questions which are testing your basic knowledge of economics. Meaning of investment in an economy in terms of capital formation. What is capital formation? Capital formation is investment by a company in certain assets that help in producing other goods, in capital goods. लैंड में इन्वेस्टमेंट को कैपिटल फॉर्मेशन नहीं बोलते हैं. लैंड में इन्वेस्टमेंट इज इन्वेस्टमेंट, हाउस में इन्वेस्टमेंट इज इन्वेस्टमेंट, बट दैट इज नॉट पार्ट ऑफ कैपिटल फॉर्मेशन. Capital formation is specifically investment which is being done in capital assets, goods that help in production of other goods. That is what capital formation is. Machines that industries buy. How many machines is an industry buying? When we say that an industry is expanding, we see that how much machinery is it buying, how much increased capacity is the industry, how much increase in capacity is the industry now doing. That is what is meant by this term capital formation. Explain the concept of investment in an economy in terms of capital formation. तो capital formation क्या है? Capital formation is how much investment is there in the economy in order to improve its productive capability. Why is land not included? Land is not included because in case of land, buying and selling of land, it is merely a change of ownership. Land exists, land has not come into existence, land already exists. केवल somebody has changed the ownership of land. That is why land is not part of capital formation. Land use may change, that's different. But a new capital good has come into existence, a new machinery has come into existence, a new metro rail has come into existence, which is going to facilitate people to be more productive and hence their output will increase. A new road has come into existence, facilitating faster movement of goods, of transport, and hence productivity of economy will increase. This is what is meant by investment in terms of capital formation. This is what is investment and capital formation. So gross fixed capital formation, how much new machineries, how much new capital goods, how much new capital investment is being undertaken in the economy by private sector as well as by public sector. That is what is meant by capital formation, investment in terms of capital formation. Discuss the factors to be considered while designing a concession agreement between public entity and a private entity. Now what is a concession agreement? Simply a contract. Concession agreement is simply a contract between private entity and public entity. It is basically asking you, investment models का question है ये, question that comes from the topic of investment models. Vijay Kelkar committee, PPP. This question is about formulating a PPP agreement, public private partnership, a concession agreement between public entity and private entity. Factors that have to be considered while designing a concession agreement. Agreement between any two parties. I enter into an agreement with somebody. In that agreement, there would be certain terms and conditions that both of us will have to follow. We are bound by an agreement. I enter into agreement with somebody, bound by an agreement, as in terms and conditions would be mentioned, and we would have to abide ourselves with those terms. There would be certain risks that would be mentioned, and obviously I have entered into an agreement with somebody and that person has entered into an agreement with me. It would be in expectation of a reward. I will enter into agreement with somebody only when I expect that there would be some benefit that I can reap from this agreement. Same thing exactly is there in an agreement between public and private entity. Public and private entity में जब agreement होगा, when an agreement happens between public and private entity, that would also consider what would be the roles of each of these entities, what would be the responsibilities that they would perform, what would be the risks that they would assume or would be responsible for, and what would be the reward that each of them will reap. 4 R's. Factors that have to be considered. First, part of any agreement. एक general agreement की बात कर रहे हैं, अभी specific बात नहीं करिए. Any agreement will constitute division of these 4 R's between the parties to the agreement. Roles, responsibility, risks, and rewards. And what is special about public and private entity and a concession agreement between public and private entity? the important thing or factors that have to be considered while formulating such agreement is that how strictly it is enforced, how objectively it is framed, and what is the scope of its implementation, what is the scope of the risks that it envisages. I'll repeat. In a public-private agreement, what are the important things that have to be considered? What is its enforceability? Agreement है, one part is public, सरकार है एक part agreement का, तो what is the enforceability? Can public, as in can government, enforce its will on the private sector with which it is entering into the agreement? Or will there be a case in which government would be hand in glove with the private sector interest and not enforce its rights even when it has to? So first part is enforceability of that agreement. Second important part in this private public concession agreement is concession agreement between public and private entities. What is the objectivity of the agreement? Is the agreement framed in a manner which increases disputes, increases misinterpretation at a later date, or has it been framed in a manner which minimizes disputes? The interpretation must be specific. There should not be any scope of misinterpretation, of reinterpretation or of reinterpretation. So an agreement is formed between two parties, it should be a definite agreement, an objective agreement. Objectivity honi chahiye. Second important aspect of an agreement, concession agreement between public and private entities. Third important aspect, this is the most important aspect. The nature of risks that have been envisaged, the scope of implementation of that agreement. Risks are the most important part. The nature of risks that have been envisaged. Does the agreement, third party bol raha hu, third point, important thing. Does the agreement has the scope of renegotiation in future in case a risk that has occurred was not envisaged while formulating? When public and private sector enter into an agreement with each other that we will construct a road between two cities, a national highway would be constructed between Delhi and Jaipur, and on that national highway private sector would be given the right to collect user fee in form of toll. Because the toll tax is high, people have not been using that road as was expected. It was expected that 1000 people will use that road and only 500 people are using that road. Why? Because the remaining 500 are going from an alternate route. That has also been developed by the government, and that development of new route is leading to compromise on traffic on first route. A private sector kya bolega? Private sector will say that because you have this route, new route has come up, or this old road has been repaired, the traffic on this route is less, and therefore the reward that I expected has not been met. Why has the reward not been met? Because the risk of an alternate route has actually materialized. एक risk था कि एक alternate route बन जाएगा जिसकी वजह से मेरा traffic divert हो जाएगा. That risk has actually materialized. And hence the private sector will seek concession, will seek some concession with the government, will go to litigation with the government, against the government, that because of government's action I am not able to earn money. Or for example, COVID happens, and because COVID happens, the number of vehicles plying on that highway have stopped almost. For 6 months no vehicles will ply. The term of agreement is that you can collect for a period of 3 years. Ab 3 years mein se 6 months, 7 months, no vehicles are plying, and even after opening the number of vehicles plying are less. Did you envisage such a risk while formulating the agreement? Does the agreement give you a scope to extend the period of collection of toll by, let's say, 1.5 years more? And what are the conditions under which you are going to renegotiate this agreement? That would be based on what is the nature of risks that have been envisaged, and does the agreement has the scope of renegotiation in future. The third aspect of an agreement between public and private sector. What is the scope of renegotiation based on what are the risks that have been envisaged and which are the risks that have not been envisaged. जो risks envisage हुए हैं उनके केस में scope of renegotiation of agreement क्या है, and जो risks envisage नहीं हुए हैं उस केस में scope of renegotiation of agreement क्या है. The third aspect of formulating an agreement between private and public entities. Three important factors that have to be considered. पहले हमने देखा 4 factors that are part of any agreement: roles, responsibility, risk and reward. And next, specifically with respect to public and private concession agreement, there are 3 important aspects: its enforceability, its objectivity in formulation, and its scope of renegotiation in light of envisaged and unenvisaged risks. This is about question number 11. Let's move on to the next question now. Question number 12. Explain the rationale behind Goods and Services Tax Compensation to States Act of 2017. How has COVID-19 impacted the GST compensation fund and created new federal tensions? Question is straightforward, easy. Those of you who have written exams this year would have certainly read hundreds of times in newspaper about this question. Would have read so many times about this question. GST Compensation to States Act 2017. When GST was envisaged in 2017, the states said that we are surrendering our powers to tax. We are pooling our powers. States would like to use the word surrender. As a neutral person, you can use the word pooling of power. Pooling of power between center and state to collect tax for better collection of tax, for better taxation system, for a more efficient taxation system, and for a better collection of taxes. So states said that we are surrendering our power to tax, and therefore in case there is a revenue shortfall in the GST system, in case there is a revenue shortfall, we will not have the power, we will not have the wherewithal, we will not have the ability to increase taxes because we no longer possess that power. We have surrendered that power, or we have pooled that power with the center, and therefore we will no longer retain that power. So आंसर को स्टार्ट जब करना है हमें कॉन्टेक्स्ट से करना है. We have to give the context that why is this GST compensation, क्वेश्चन में पूछा यही है, rationale behind. What is the rationale behind this GST Compensation to States Act? Rationale is in order to win over the compliance of states, in order to encourage states to participate in a new taxation system which is expected to be better for everybody, in order to encourage states to surrender their powers of taxation, surrender their sovereign powers or constitutional powers of taxation to other states and to center, so that this power can be exercised collectively for a better taxation system, a more efficient taxation system. And to encourage states for this more efficient taxation system, this act was envisaged, this act was created. Under this act, the central government has promised to compensate the states for any shortfall on account of implementation of GST. Remember, again, listen to the words carefully. Central government has given an assurance to states to compensate for any shortfall in their revenue regarding any shortfall in the revenue on account of implementation of GST. The average revenue preceding the 3 years when GST tax came, when GST Act became operational, the average growth of revenue of states was about 10%. And in order to win over the compliance of states for this better expectation, states were promised an average growth rate of 14%. States were promised an average growth rate of 14%. States agreed to this, and hence this GST Compensation Act was an assurance given to states to to ensure their compliance. Rational. How has COVID-19 impacted the GST compensation fund and created new federal tensions? How has COVID-19 impacted? Because of COVID-19, the revenue collections, especially the indirect tax collections of center and states, have dropped down drastically. Because of COVID-19, there has been closure of entire economic activity for at least 3 months and for partial economic activity for about 6 months. Even today, entire economy is not back fully on its tracks. We are not back fully on our track. You people are taking classes from your homes. The number of enrollments certainly has decreased in almost every in almost every coaching. So we are not back on track. So economy is still not, gyms for example, shopping malls for example, not back on track completely. Number of people going there have reduced drastically. Because people are not spending, because sales in the economy have gone down because of the closure of economy, and that has led to a drastic fall in collections of GST of both center and state. This drastic fall partly can be attributed to GST system and partly to the COVID. Remember, Nirmala Sitharaman ji used the term act of God. Why did she use this term act of God? It's a standard term which is used in parlance, financial parlance. What did she say? She said that it's an act of God, as in it's an act which has not been envisaged in this act, in this GST compensation fund, GST compensation state acts. COVID has happened. Revenue shortfall on account of COVID cannot be attributed to GST. States and center both are facing the issue of shortfall of revenue. It's not that only states are facing. Both state and center is facing the shortfall of revenue, drastic shortfall in revenue, tax collections, and that is because of COVID. That is not because of GST system. In fact, if you look at 3 years that have already passed, in no month or in no quarter did the requirement to compensate states for any shortfall arise. So therefore, states, if they say that there has been a shortfall and center is responsible to compensate them for the shortfall because of this particular act, the state can say that the shortfall is not on account of GST. Shortfall is on account of something which is an act of God, and this creates tensions. This is the source of tension. क्या क्वेश्चन में पूछा गया है? Creation of new federal tensions. How has COVID-19 impacted GST compensation fund and created new tensions, federal tensions? So this is what you will be writing, that how has tension been created. Tension create का source लिखना पड़ेगा. States asking the center to compensate for shortfall versus center's argument that shortfall is not just for state, it is for both center and state, and shortfall is not on account of GST system but is on the account of COVID, which has been said to be an act of God. And this creates tension, federal tension between center and states. In your answer, you should also write down about how have these tensions been fused, what is the mechanism to compensate states. The central government said that the central government calculated and states agreed on that what is the revenue shortfall that can be attributed. Out of the total shortfall, what is the shortfall that can be attributed to GST, and how will that shortfall be made up. The GST Compensation to States Act says that the compensation would be made from compensation fund. Question में पूछा गया है GST compensation fund. The act says that the compensation would be made from compensation fund, not from anything else, anywhere else. Compensation would not be made from income tax. Income tax central government collect करती है, income tax से central government नहीं पैसा देने वाली है. The act specifically states that the compensation would be done from compensation fund. And where will compensation fund receive money from? It will receive money from GST collections. And if GST collections are not there, there is no money in compensation fund. Compensation fund is made up from tax on certain luxury and sin goods. some goods which fall in 28% bracket, some sin goods, उसके ऊपर एक compensation cess लगाया जाता है, वहां से compensation fund में पैसा आता है. So if there is no money in the compensation fund, how can central government will simply raise the question, how can we compensate? And then a mechanism was devised in which central government borrowed at lesser interest rate, passed on that borrowing to the states, so that they form part of state development loans, as in that is a loan by the state, not the center, and for that loan, and that is the extent to which central government has, that is the extent to which states have been compensated. In order to repay what has been borrowed, and obviously the interest that has to be paid back, center and state are contemplating that this compensation cess from which this compensation fund is made up, this compensation cess can be extended either in scope or in period. ये भी लिखना पड़ेगा आंसर में. जो borrowing हुई है, central government has paid 87,000 crores to states. Where will that 87,000 crores come from? That will come from either the center and states, either the GST council agreeing to increasing the goods on which compensation cess is levied, or increasing the period for which compensation cess is levied. 5 साल तक compensation करना है, जून 2022 तक, till June 2020. Compensation would be done till that time. So that either after that compensation fund would cease to exist. So either compensation fund keeps on existing after that, or the number of goods which are part on which this compensation cess is levied, those goods increase, and from that you collect the extra revenue and help in paying back of the tax, help in paying back of the loan. That is about GST compensation fund and the federal tensions and this GST compensation act, compensation to states act. आगे बढ़ते हैं. Next question, question number 13 and 14, both these questions come from the same topic. Question number 13. What are the major factors responsible for making rice wheat system a success? In spite of this success, how has the system become the bane in India? देखो, see, very simple question, can be answered directly from your economics NCERT and your geography NCERT. Basic question, but again you need to have a proper structure in mind, proper points in mind while writing this answer. What are the major factors responsible for making rice wheat system a success? Rice wheat system is the most prominent cropping system in our country. Almost entire North India cultivates rice and wheat alternatively. What are the factors that have contributed to its success? As in, what are the factors that we have an excess cultivation of rice and wheat, so quote unquote prosperous cultivation of rice and wheat? The factors that have enabled this is availability of, पहले हम inputs की बात करेंगे, availability of inputs in form of quality seeds, fast maturing varieties or hybrid seeds, availability of irrigation facilities through an extensive network of canal, especially in North India where the soil is alluvial and where canals can be constructed, availability of subsidized fertilizers and not so costly pesticides. This has led to development of or success of this rice wheat system. From the marketing aspect, अभी हमने inputs की बात करी, from the marketing aspect, the assurance given by the farmer in form of MSP and the elaborate system of procurement, elaborate institutional system of procurement that has also encouraged the farmers to grow these crops in more and more quantity because there is an assured buyer in the market in form of FCI, and that has further contributed to success of this rice and wheat system. तो हम दोनों aspects लिखेंगे आंसर में, the input aspect and the institutional aspect. Input and institutional, both aspects we have to write. In spite of its success, it has become the bane. In spite of success, it has become the bane in India. Why has it become the bane in India? It has become a bane because there are so many problems that have been created because of this rice wheat system. Most importantly, degradation of soil and depletion of water table. You can write on that degradation soil. The requirement is different. These are fertilizer intensive crops. Soil gets degraded, land degradation problem in almost all of North India. Depletion of water table, especially in those areas which are semi-arid, Haryana and Punjab and Western UP. You can write about this. Two important problems that have been created. Other problems. These have created two monoculture or biculture cropping systems. There is only rice wheat system, and that system is repeated over and over again, which leads to depletion of land resources. इसमें हम monoculture system की बात करेंगे. At the same time, the system creates vulnerability for the entire ecosystem, for the entire agriculture, because this rice wheat system has led to decrease in resilience of our cropping system. Decrease in resilience. They are vulnerable to attacks, and if they are vulnerable to attacks, if any pest attacks, any locust attack or any fungal infection attack, or any kind of plant disease attacks, that will lead to destruction of entire crops, and hence farmers are at a greater risk because of this monoculture system. Another problem, it has created the problem of, again this monoculture system, it has created the problem that resources to other crops are diverted, resources for other crops are diverted for only these crops, led to a situation in which production of other crops is not there and there is only surplus production in these two crops. Other crops which are also essential, for example pulses, their prices are high, and these crops their prices are low in the open market. Have created a problem of lack of storage, because there is so much surplus production of rice wheat system that the storage cannot accommodate for what is procured. Hence that leads to another problem of lots of wastage. So तीन problem बताइए आपको. First is regarding environmental problem, land degradation and depletion of water. That is certainly one problem. Another problem in this case, another problem would be this monoculture system. It creates the issue of vulnerability of crops. It creates the issue of lack of production of other crops or diversion of resources for other crops to these crops. Hence the prices of other essential crops, they are usually high, and prices of these crops in the open market are low. Problem of surplus in one and deficiency in another. I hope you can write the answer to this. In spite of success, why has it become the bane of the system? Next question, number 14, last question that we will discuss. Suggest measures to improve water storage and irrigation system to make its judicious use under depleting scenario. ये अपने आप कर सकते हो, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है. This question would be easy, as in it's a straightforward question. There is not much to straightforward question सबसे मुश्किल होते हैं, क्योंकि उसमें लिखने के लिए points नहीं मिल पाते हैं. You understand this question, you know what to write, but you probably are stuck of how many points or how to write. You probably would be writing the same thing again and again. So avoid doing that. How can you avoid? If you have read, then you will be able to avoid. Ways to improve water storage and irrigation system to make its judicious use under depleting scenario. What would be the subheadings? What would be the structure that you would be concerned with in this answer? First, ways to improve water storage. First, in the introduction part, write down about the water scenario in our country. Write down that with 17% population, we have about 4% of fresh water resources. Write down that it has been projected that by 2025 or 2030, we will be a water scarce nation. We are already a water stressed nation. In 1951, we were a water surplus nation. Surplus matlab per capita availability of water is more than 5,000 liters. Stressed matlab per capita availability of water is between 1200 to 5,000 liters. And water scarce would be when per capita availability is less than 1200 liters per person per day. So by 2025 to 2030, in this 5-year period, we are expected to become a water scarce country. We are already a water stressed country with per capita availability of somewhere around 1600 liters. So first introduction में write down about this, and then write down the need to develop water storage and improvement in irrigation system. तो पहले हमें context देना है. Now give us a subheading: measures to improve water storage. What measures can be used? Write down about traditional methods of rainwater harvesting. Write down about modern method of rainwater harvesting. Reducing water wastage. For example, concrete roads and concrete footpaths prevent seepage of water into earth. It leads to flowing down the water down the drains and then flowing of the water down to the rivers ultimately. If rainwater is allowed to flow down the rain because there is a concrete road and there is a concrete footpath, greenery वाला aspect लिखेंगे हम. Development of footpaths, for example, which have the ability to absorb water, seeping tiles के through. Rather than concrete, should have seeping tiles. You should have adequate amount of soil on the divider and on the footpath so that the water does not flow down the drain. The water on the road drains down in the sideways and is absorbed there. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि मिट्टी और गारे के अंदर चलना है. You should try to write answer in such a way. Improvement of water storage techniques. Improvement of irrigation systems, सबको मालूम है. Micro irrigation systems, you can write a lot about that. Write down about drip irrigation, sprinkler irrigation. Write down about fertigation. Write down about the need to reduce the use of flood irrigation. Write down about need to develop seeds which require less amount of water. Write down about the need to prevent loss of water from evaporation on canals. Write down about the need to stop providing or to charge large consumers of water through pay on usage basis, including agriculture, which consumes about 70% of water. Electricity is provided free of cost and water is provided free of cost. That leads to less incentive to stop the wastage. If you start charging for water, nominal charge for water, nominal charge for electricity, that would create a huge disincentive to waste water, and hence irrigation system and irrigation efficiency can be improved. इतने सारे points बता दिए. Write all these points, your answer for 15 marker would be ready. Okay, so with this we have come to the end of our discussion of 8 questions of economics that were asked this year. I hope you are able to realize that what is it that is required, what is the requirement of this examination, how should you approach your preparation, what are the topics that you should be focused on, what is the way in which you should be reading your NCRTs or any material that you read. It's not merely about having knowledge about some news item that has occurred. It's also about having knowledge about what is the basis of that news item, what is the rationale, what is the thing that informs that thing. So with this, I'll take your leave. I wish you all the best, all the very best for this examination. Take care of your health, take care of yourselves, of everybody around you. Let's meet in some other open session. Till then, it's a goodbye from my side. Enjoy. Okay, a very warm good afternoon again to everybody. I'm really sorry. The faculty that was supposed to take your discussion of S&T, Environment and Disaster Management, Abhishek sir, he has been delayed, and you should not be surprised about this. In fact, I was also about to be delayed. I live in Noida, and I started at about 9:15, 9:20 today in the morning, and it took me about 1 hour 40 minutes to reach. You know, because of the blockages that have been there. So he's also coming from outside Delhi. He's coming from Gurgaon. Again, the roads have been blocked, and the traffic is very unpredictable, very, very unpredictable. You cannot rationally expect somebody to start, let's say, if it takes 1 hour to start 2 hours early. So I really want to apologize from our end to all of you who have been waiting. Still, I am still here, and I would be addressing any queries that you may have. Usually we keep this query session for the end of this session, as in which you people ask your general queries regarding this examination, what to prepare, how to prepare, any specific question that you would like me to address. So I'll be here for about next 10-15 minutes till the time Abhishek sir arrives. And I think that's a fair usage of our time, rather than you people going away and wasting a bit and not staying away. I think that's a fair usage that we can have. So I again really apologize from our end to everybody who is waiting, but this is unpredictable. As I said in our discussion, an act of God, example of most likely an act of God. Okay, so I'm here. Kindly tell me, I'm reading your queries on your YouTube chat live right now. If there is anything that you would like me to answer, academic questions if you would like me to answer, kindly raise them. I'll be very happy to help. इस टाइप के क्वेश्चन मत पूछना कि गर्लफ्रेंड भाग गई, बॉयफ्रेंड छोड़ के चला गया. These questions I would not be able to answer. Personal queries, please keep away. Academic queries, anything related to preparation that you would like to have an advice on, I'd be happy to help. See, there are a few queries regarding, there is a question regarding what all need to be covered for economy, scenario for economy paper, and what all need to be focused. Dekho, if you see any subject, there is vast ocean that you would have to cross in order to become a master of that subject. And this examination is covering so many subjects. It's not easy to pinpoint which thing to study, which thing to leave out. And for that, we have guidance program. That is why we have these guidance program. What is the best guide that you can have? जैसे आपने पूछा economics के लिए क्या पढ़ना है, क्या focus वाली चीज़ है. Simply the best guide is the past. Pick up the previous year's paper. That is my suggestion, which I give this suggestion all the time in my classes also, that the best guide is previous year papers. Do not wait to start your preparation. Do not wait to look at previous year's papers after you have finished your preparation. Do not wait for that. There is no ideal time at which you can say that my preparation is over. Start your preparation and start your preparation along with looking at previous year's papers. अगर आपने अभी तक पढ़ाई start नहीं करी and you want to start with economics, simply start with previous year's papers of prelims and mains. That will help you to develop an understanding that requirement क्या है exam की, what is it that needs to be focused on. It's not that you should only be aware about, let's say, types of unemployment, or you should be only be aware about what are the different types of indices, ranking indices है, ease of doing business है, logistics performance है, global competitiveness है. If you go and study these indices, you will find ease of doing business index में 13 indicators हैं, logistics performance index में 10-15 indicators हैं. If you start to focus if you start to study like this, that you keep on remembering each of these parameters that are in these indices, you will never be able to finish your preparation. So this is what I mean when I say that you need to be guided, and guided by what? Guided by past. See what kind of questions have been asked. Monetary policy. Do you want to become an RBI governor? through this exam. You may want to become an RBI governor or some person in RBI, but is this exam testing your ability, your knowledge to become an RBI governor? No. You will acquire that knowledge once you are in services. IAS officers become RBI governor, have been becoming, but you will acquire that knowledge once you are in services. अभी आपको फाइनेंस के एस्पेक्ट के क्या चीज सीखने हैं? What is it that you have to understand with regards to economics? Focus on basics. Focus on what is required, what is mentioned in NCERT, and what has been asked in previous years' papers. That way you will be able to focus your preparation. That will be you will be able to realize that what is that is needed to be studied. अपनी प्रिपरेशन में, इकोनॉमिक्स की प्रिपरेशन में मैं आपको I can tell you what all you need to study. You need to study your NCERTs. 3 NCERTs are there. 11th and 12th class, 3 NCERTs, macro, micro of 11th class, 12th, and Indian economy of class 11th. I mean, please don't get me, please, if I get it wrong, but don't get it wrong कि अगर मैं class गलत बता दूँ, but 3 NCERTs, micro economics, macro economics, and Indian economy. 3 NCERTs you have to read necessarily, number 1. Number 2, most important part of your preparation would be to read at least 2 newspapers. At least 2 newspapers. I say this repeatedly in my classes as well. At least 2 newspapers पढ़ने पड़ेंगे. When you start reading newspapers, as some of you would be, because you have started your preparation just now, it will take you about 2.5 hours, sometimes even 3 hours to complete 1 newspaper. And here I am standing and saying, read 2 newspapers. You will have to read 2 newspapers. इसमें कोई compromise है ही नहीं. No compromise whatsoever. Look at previous year questions of mains examination. Almost 100% of your paper is what can be answered from reading newspapers. Newspapers में इतनी knowledge होती है. Newspapers में अगर हम केवल news खोज रहे हैं, तब हमारी preparation half रह जाएगी. But newspapers are such a beautiful source of not just news but also explanation of that news. Indian Express mein there is this explained page. On that explained page, I think on every Wednesday or every Thursday, there is a column by a person named Shaji Vikraman who explains, the name of the column is Economic History Series, Express Economic History Series. He explains economic decisions in context of history. Why was SEBI created? How was SEBI given statutory powers? Why was a particular reform undertaken? Why were farmer reforms protests that have been going on, why could they not be implemented in past? He is not just giving political reasons, but he is giving economic aspects, that what was the reason that why a particular reform was opposed by somebody, what was the political opposition. So he is giving all these. You will have to read that. वहाँ से information आएगी which will enable us to become, which will enable us to clear this examination, broader information. एग्जाम्स के बाद जब प्रीलिम्स होते हैं ना, प्रीलिम्स के बाद there is this meme that circulates. I have told this story many times. There is this meme that circulates. केजरीवाल की एक फोटो है ना, बिजली का बिल बर्न कर रहा है, और एक सिमिलर मीम है, केजरीवाल के हाथ में बिजली के बिल की जगह विजन IAS PT365 या मेन 365 है, और उसको बर्न कर रहा है, एंड पीपल आर सेइंग कि इतना आया है PT365 से, हमने पूरा पढ़ लिया, कुछ नहीं आया उसमें से. People who are only interested in making memes are interested in making memes. They are not interested in qualifying this examination. Your PT365, your monthly current affairs, they cover these aspects of news in which we explain the news as well. So third important source for you is to read your current affairs. Read current affairs properly from your monthly current affairs magazine. We provide them free of cost. कोई मैंने देखा Amazon के ऊपर विजन IAS, PT365, मेन 365 monthly current affairs मिलते हैं. What is the need to purchase all those things when we are providing them free of cost? Go to the website online. There is a section vijanias.in/resources in which you will find main 365, PT365, monthly current affairs, all free of cost there. Download it from there and read it. Why is there a need to pay to somebody when we are providing it to you for free of free of cost? So that is the third important source. 3 sources. First, your NCERTs, 3 NCERTs, macro, micro, Indian economy. Second, 2 newspapers, Indian Express as the base paper, Indian Express pura, that is my personal preference. You want to read the Hindu as base, it's your personal preference, but I would prefer that you read Indian Express. Far better newspaper than Hindu. And then read Hindu over and above that. Please listen to my words carefully. I use the term at least 2 newspapers. मैं at least word बोल रहा हूँ. मेंस आते आते मैं इस एटलीस्ट 2 को 3 में कन्वर्ट कर देता हूं. आई आस्क एवरीवन टू रीड 3 न्यूज़पेपर्स. थर्ड कैन बी लाइव मिंट और बिजनेस स्टैंडर्ड. फॉर योर प्रीलिम्स अभी से आदत डालो कि 2 न्यूज़पेपर तो पढ़ने ही पढ़ने हैं, नहीं तो मुश्किल है. प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड दिस. थर्ड सोर्स दैट आई टोल्ड यू इज मंथली करंट अफेयर्स मैगजीन. फोर्थ इंपॉर्टेंट सोर्स is your economic survey. Economic survey that you have to read. Economic survey certainly आपको पढ़ना ही पढ़ना पड़ेगा. Economic survey necessarily you have to read. And fifth source that I say is that take material of any institute. You are in Vision, you will be given Vision IAS material. You are in some other institute, you will be given printed material for that from that particular institute. I have not read others, so I cannot comment on how good their material is. आई एम श्योर अच्छा होगा. आई एम श्योर बाकी इंस्टीट्यूट्स अच्छा ही मटेरियल बनाएंगे, कोई खराब मटेरियल नहीं बना सकता. कोई मटेरियल, कोई सोर्स ऑफ नॉलेज खराब नहीं है. आई एम श्योर अदर्स वुड आल्सो बी गुड. पॉइंट इज हैव अ रेफरेंस ऑफ सच अ मटेरियल व्हिच कवर्स योर एंटायर सिलेबस. Entire syllabus. Current affairs will not be able to cover your entire syllabus. NCERT will not be able to cover your entire syllabus. Economic survey will not be able to cover your entire syllabus. You need to have some printed material or some, be it in printed form or electronic form, where in which the topics that are not covered through the other sources are covered. So that is the fifth important source that I tell that should also be there. Agriculture, for example, agriculture आपको कहीं पे ऐसे printed, you will not find agriculture specifically dealt in current affairs. Farmer protests are going on, you will find lot of material, but at one place, animal rearing, agriculture, all these things, you will find all these things in your printed material. Government budgeting के ऊपर है, types of budgeting and all, you will find all these things in one place in your printed material. At Vision, we provide all this printed material to you. If you become our students, you will be given all this material. But the point is, wherever आपको Vision में admission नहीं लेना, obviously you don't want to take it, so it's your choice. Get this material from outside. बाहर से भी आपको हम print करते हैं, हमसे पहले बाहर आ जाता है material. So get this material from outside if you want to, but there should be, I am just telling you about the reference source which you have to refer to ensure that nothing is left out. ये 5 sources हैं आपके. And similar sources would be there in all other subjects as well. Fine. Regarding making notes from newspaper, ये question कई बार लोग पूछते हैं, and I think I see a question here regarding making notes from newspaper. No need, absolutely no need to make notes from newspaper. क्यों बनाने हैं newspaper से note? Purpose क्या है newspaper से note बनाने का? If your purpose is that by writing you are able to revise, go ahead and make as much notes as you want. If your purpose is, please listen to me carefully, if your purpose of making notes is to write down to revise, writing down is a great mental exercise. If you are making notes to write down and revise, go ahead and make as much notes from wherever you want. And that should then not be restricted to making notes only from newspaper. You can make notes from your monthly current affairs magazine, from your NCERTs, from your economic survey, from wherever you want, if you want to make notes, right? If the purpose of making notes is that you will revise those notes in future, दो पर्पस बताए हैं. पहला फॉर रिवीजन पर्पसेस, फॉर रिमेंबरिंग पर्पसेस, मेंटल एक्सरसाइज पर्पस. अगर ये पर्पस है, याद करने का पर्पस है, तो बनाओ नोट्स, नो प्रॉब्लम इन दैट. अगर पर्पस है कि मैं इनको कभी बाद में, 1 महीने बाद, 5 महीने बाद, 10 महीने बाद, आई विल पिक देम अप एंड रिवाइज, एब्सोल्युटली नो नीड, एब्सोल्युटली नो नीड. वी आर डूइंग दैट वर्क फॉर यू एंड प्रोवाइडिंग दैट फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट टू यू. करंट अफेयर्स मैगजीन क्या है? दैट करंट अफेयर्स मैगजीन इज collection of current affairs material, current affair notes from 7-8 different sources. जो monthly current affairs हैं, we read 7 different newspapers, 3 different magazines at least, और उसके बाद अगर कुछ बच जाता है, we also cover all those things. So our monthly current affairs are those notes that you are trying to make from newspaper. Why are you wasting your time if you are doing that? So don't waste your time like that. So these are the sources that I would like that you should refer for economics. Abhishek sir is here. I'll take your leave. He'll start with discussion of S&T, disaster management and environment. Goodbye everybody. Take care and please stay for the remaining discussion. Thank you so much.
Hello. Audible? Hello everyone. I'm so sorry for this inordinate delay because of farmers' protest and what happened on the 26th of January. A lot of barricades have been put in Delhi. Anyways, my name is Abhishek. I will be taking the discussion of science and technology, environment and disaster management. There were 8 questions from these sections, and in fact the trend has been more or less same like previous years. So if you look at the trend, you will realize that on an average from science and technology a minimum of 2 to 4 questions. 2 question was only asked once, I think in 2015 if I am not mistaken. Maximum of 4 questions that was asked I think in 2018, and on an average जो है science and tech से हर साल there have been 3 questions. From environment 2 to 3 questions, on an average again 3 questions. From disaster management 2 questions, almost every year 2 questions were asked from disaster management. Once there were 3 questions from disaster management. So but on an average you will realize that 2 questions were there from disaster management, but this year there was only 1 question. So this year the total number of questions from science and technology is 3, from environment is 3, and from disaster management it is 1. I think from environment it is 4 questions if I am not mistaken. So on the total number of questions which I have to take is 8. Now why these 3 sections are very important? So whenever you think about paper 3, economy pops up in your mind, because economy on an average there are 8 to 10 questions which will be asked from the economy section, and लोग अच्छे से पढ़ते हैं. But the thing is that these sections are very scoring. The questions, despite being technical subjects, science and technology and environment are quite easy in mains examination. There have been very few exceptions where questions were difficult in nature. Rest of the questions are quite straightforward. Each and every year the questions are quite straightforward, and even if you have some basic understanding of things, you can actually score quite well. So paper 3 has been scoring a scoring area. So if you look at the entire trend in past 3, 4, 5 years, you will realize that paper 1 and paper 3 has been the most consistent area where people have scored very high marks, and only those people will be able to score high marks who give attention to these sections also, to internal security, disaster management, environment and science and technology. So just focusing on economy will of course not give you very high marks in this section. Anyways, without any further ado, let's start the discussion. So I have to take 8 questions. So 4 questions were of 10 marks and the rest of the 4 questions were of 15 marks. So first question, अच्छा अब देखो there is always a trend which UPSC follows, is that they highlight on the keywords which is given in syllabus. In fact, paper 3 in general, this was perhaps easier compared to other papers, and it was quite straightforward. So but in science and technology you will realize that they pick up a keyword, and each and every year there will be a question on those keywords. So their favorite area is of course space technology and biotechnology, but there was not a single question from these 2 areas directly in this paper. So space technology, biotechnology वैसे favorite है, but there are other keywords also mentioned in the syllabus. Things like information technology, computers, robotics, intellectual property rights, apart from space and biotechnology. And you will realize that they are asking one question from all these keywords each and every year. So nanotechnology was last asked in 2016, and now they have, after 4 years, they have asked a question on nanotechnology in 2020. So I feel like that perhaps next year robotics is an important keyword, because the last time they asked a question on robotics was 2015, 5 साल हो गए. So perhaps a question related to robotics, jobs versus automation, or in fact artificial intelligence, next year you can expect a question on these lines, because they will always pick up one line from the syllabus and they will ask a question from it. There is another line in the syllabus use of science and technology in everyday life, and look at the second question, question number 6 of the paper. How is science interwoven deeply with our lives? This is directly taken from syllabus, science and technology in everyday life. There is a line in syllabus, use of science and technology in everyday life. So सीधे सीधे पूछ लिया. Second part of the question is, what are these striking changes in agriculture triggered off by the science based technologies? Technologies are science based, so I am not sure what science based technologies mean here. But anyways, let's start with the question number 5. What do you understand by nanotechnology and how is it helping in health sector? I was so happy to see this question because I also take many current affairs batches, and I specifically ask students to study nanotechnology and especially study the application of nanotechnology in health sector, because again nanotechnology has application in wide variety of areas. It has application in water purification, it has application in energy storage, it has application in defense purposes, strategic purposes. But the most striking and most important applications you find is in medicine sector. So first of all, what is nanotechnology? So nanotechnology is a domain of technology which deals with all the aspects of nanomaterials. So two words, all the aspects. So all the aspects mean that from manufacturing these materials to transportation, handling, and how you are going to utilize these materials. All this will be part of nanotechnology. And what are nanomaterials? So nanomaterials are those materials which are of nano dimension. So 1 nanometer is 10 to the power minus 9 meter. So basically we are talking about atomic and molecular distances. जो atomic and molecular distances होते हैं, they are of angstrom. So nanomaterials, nanotechnology generally deals with materials which are of 1 to 100 nanometer of dimension. Very small particles, very small material. Now why these materials are so important? Because if you can utilize materials at atomic and molecular structure, if you can manipulate material at this level, the possibilities are much wider. Like you can create, in principle you can create anything out of nanomaterial. I will give you a very good example. Those perhaps who watch superhero movies, the last Avengers movie, the Avengers Infinity War and Avengers Endgame, if you guys have watched it, I am using this Avenger thing to explain nanotechnology, but the latest Iron Man suit, that was based off nanotechnology, that how nanomaterials can assemble themselves. Of course that is part of science fiction, but the science behind it, it's not that it is completely logical. In principle it can happen, but in future, as of now, it is not happening anywhere in the world. Even we are nowhere near it. But the thing is that nanotechnology, if we can manipulate material at atomic and molecular level. So at atomic and molecular level, what changes? The first thing which changes is atoms and molecules are governed by quantum mechanics. We cannot use the postulates of classical physics to talk about nanomaterials. So we have to talk in terms of quantum mechanics. Then in metals and other materials, जो electron का mobility है, that is very much limited. Since in one dimension, since nanomaterial we are talking about dimension of 10 to the power minus 9 meter. In general, when we are talking about a macro material, electrons are free to move anywhere in the lattice. But in nanomaterials that's not the case, and that changes a lot of properties. Because fundamentally how atoms and molecules are arranged in a material, that determines the property of a material on macroscopic level. Properties like what color the material is, what is its perhaps boiling point, melting point, what is its specific heat capacity, what is its reactiveness, what is its resistance, compressibility. A lot of factors are determined on the simple fact that how atoms and molecules are rearranged. But since we are talking about nanomaterials, the material property completely changes. I will give you a very good example. Think about gold. Normal gold is of yellow lustrous color, but a nano gold's color will be a red color. It can change to purple if you further change the dimension. So जैसे ये पेन है मेरे हाथ में, if I cut this pen in half, its properties will not change. Properties like boiling point, specific heat capacity, all these properties will not change. But in nanomaterial, a nanomaterial of 100 nanometer and same material of 1 nanometer, they will exhibit different properties. Now if you can effectively utilize these properties, the possibilities are endless, and so many things are happening in many areas. So how do you attempt this question, that what do you understand by nanotechnology? Define nanotechnology, then mention that how nanotechnology is being used in many areas. Just mention the name of areas without going into details, because you have to go into detail with respect to health sector, that what are the applications of nanotechnology in health sector. So now come to the specific points, that how nanotechnology is helping in health sector, and you can give many examples with respect to health sector. For example, one of the biggest achievements of nanotechnology in health sector is targeted drug delivery. Generally, a part of our cells and tissues are diseased, are damaged. Now we take medicine, and based on our internal transportation system of body, we get cured, but in the process there are side effects, right? There might be some side effects, some healthy cells might also be affected because of normal medication. Targeted drug delivery, you can use nanomaterials, and you can target those cells which are actually diseased. So give this is a very important keyword in terms of nanotechnology, that how you can achieve targeted drug delivery using nanomaterials. That is the first thing. So targeted drug delivery. Then diagnosis of disease. Nano devices, many nano robots, they can circumspect the body and find the cause of disease. So nanomaterials, nano based devices are actually helping a lot in disease diagnosis. Cancer treatment. Now cancer still remains, you can manage the symptoms of cancer, it may prop up in future. So cancer treatment is something where a lot of research is happening. Now a lot of research in nanotechnology has shown quite remarkable processes, that certain nanomaterials, for example, in fact gold based nanomaterials which I was talking about, they react with tumorous cells and they destroy them without harming neighboring cells. So lot of gold based, आप example दे सकते हो, that gold based nanomaterials have proven to be very effective against cancerous cells, जो tumorous cells हैं. In tissue engineering, you can use nanotechnology to repair damaged tissues. A major public health issue this entire world is facing is the issue of antimicrobial resistance. I am very sure you must have heard about this, that lot of microbes are developing resistance against medicines which we generally eat. So for example, lot of bacteria have developed resistance against antibiotics because of how we are using them. For anything we use antibiotics, it's quite dangerous actually. So antimicrobial resistance is a matter of concern, and those bacteria or those microbes which have developed resistance against a wide range of variety of medicines, they are called superbugs. Now nanotechnology have been proven to be very effective in killing superbugs. Write it down. So talk about what superbugs are, explain what superbugs are, and explain that how it is a matter of great concern for the entire world, especially for India. In India, the burden of antimicrobial resistance is perhaps highest in the world. Now how nanotechnology can be very effective in killing superbugs, talk about that. 5 points बहुत है, और भी किसी को point पता है, write it down, but try to explain them in 1 or 2 lines, because that is the main part of the question. So in first part 150 words का है, explain nanotechnology, define nanotechnology, talk about its application in various areas, and then jump to the main part of the question. So for example, if I have to differentiate, if I have to divide my answer 150 words में लिखना है मुझे, I will use perhaps 40 words in introduction. I will define nanotechnology and I will talk about how it is used in many areas. Then I will use next 100 words in application in health sector. I will use specific keywords which are important while writing answer, and in conclusion perhaps we can talk about what is happening in India in this regard. For example, we have a nano mission, 12 5-year plan जो हमारा था, it envisaged a nano mission which is led by Department of Science and Technology. We can also talk about that in nanotechnology, India has the third highest number of research papers which are being published after US and China. You can talk about that. इतने पे खत्म कर सकते हो, हमको issues, challenges ये सब नहीं बताना. This question is not asking about what are the issues, what are the challenges with nanotechnology. The question is very specific to what nanotechnology and what are its application in health sector. So in conclusion, what is India doing? If you can mention it, it's well. Even if you do not write it, even if you are not writing a conclusion in this answer, it's okay. It doesn't like ऐसा नहीं कि कुछ आपने बहुत बड़ा mistake कर दिया है. If you have not written a conclusion here, this question is not about your opinion or debate. It's a very straightforward question. So this was an easy question, directly picked up from your syllabus. Now let's come to the next question. Question number 6. How is science interwoven deeply with our lives? What are the striking changes in agriculture triggered off by science-based technologies? Now this is again a 2 questions. These are 2 different questions. देखो, तो दोनों में आपको 75 words लिखने पड़ेंगे. In first question, ideally you should be able to differentiate that first part of the question is perhaps the weightage of first part is 1/3 and the next part of weightage is 2/3. But in this question, both parts are equally important. 50-50%. So 75 words in the first part, 75% in the second part. How is science interwoven deeply with our lives? Of this, you can write an essay on it. This is a topic where you can write an essay. But here comes the challenge that you have to control your emotions. ऐसा नहीं है कि आपने 1000 word तो छोड़ दो, 1000 word तो नहीं लिखोगे. But turns out that you have written 200 words just on how is science deeply interwoven with our lives. You can write so many things, right? I'm like, even if you have no idea, you have never prepared for UPSC, and if I ask you this question, I'm very sure you can give me a number of points. Think about the devices we use, smart devices, smart laptops, computers, tablets, mobiles. Think about the impact of internet on our lives, the daily applications we use, from perhaps alarm clocks to perhaps Zoom calls for our work right now because of COVID-19, or for example monitoring our sleep cycle. So we are so much dependent on so many types of application. We have smart devices to monitor our heart rate, blood pressure, etc. Apple clock, Apple watches, बढ़िया example है इसके. Think about the entertainment. For all our entertainment, we are dependent on science and science-based technologies. Think about healthcare, the revolutions which has occurred in healthcare. It will not be possible without development in science. Like so much we have, so much distance we have come in terms of healthcare. Right? We have treatments of so many those diseases which were untreatable. Epidemics such as cholera, they were quite common in a country like India. Now nobody even hears about cholera. So we have come a long way in terms of healthcare also. Of course, we have also created a number of problems because of how our developmental pattern has been. वो एक अलग issue है, but there you do not have to talk about that. Think about our requirement of energy. So one of the most important challenge for humanity has been that how to have new sources of energy. So we started from, say for example, burning of fire using 2 stones, to create fire using 2 stones, and from that now we are producing nuclear energy, we are producing solar energy and all that, different types of energy apart from of course fossil fuel based energy. So there are so many areas where you can talk about that how science is deeply interwoven with our lives. But in this question the real challenge is that how you are going to limit yourself. You have to limit yourself up to 70-75 words, not more than that, because again you have to attempt the entire paper. एक question पे हमको 15 मिनट नहीं देना. This question is only of 10 marks. You only have to give it 6 minutes. You have to finish this answer in 6 minutes. And first part you have to answer first part in 3 minutes. So 3 मिनट में आप जितना लिख सको लिखो, आगे बढ़ो फिर उसके बाद. Come to the second part of the question. What are the striking changes in agriculture triggered off by science-based technologies? So basically there is a syllabus, there is a keyword in your syllabus जो कि वैसे इकोनॉमी का पार्ट है. E-technology in the agriculture, E-technology in agriculture ऐसे कुछ करके एक word लिखा हुआ है. But the question is clearly with respect to use of science and technology in various areas. So agriculture में बहुत सारा science based technology है. अब this part you can structure in different way. For example, one structure can be where you can talk about how starting from the agriculture का पूरा process क्या है. You go and buy seed. पहले तो आप seed खरीदोगे. Then you will plow the field. You will plant your crop. You will use fertilizers, pesticides. You will, when the बीच में आप irrigation करोगे, when finally your crop is matured, threshing होगा, you will recover the grain part and whatever you are using, whatever your crop is. Finally you will try to sell it. If there is some other problem with the crop, government can give you insurance. There is crop insurance schemes. So these are different stages in agriculture, starting from buying seed. Now can you think of the technologies which are being used in all these areas? That can be one structure. That in all stages of agriculture you are using technology. High variety seeds producing, say for example, biotechnology, genetically modified crops, or in general cross breeding of crops, or fortified crops, food fortified crops are being developed to provide more nutrition. Can you think about technological development? Say for example in irrigation, you can talk about how irrigation, different types of irrigation methods, micro irrigation, sprinkler irrigation, all these are aspects of technological development that even in irrigation we are trying to do something. Then can you talk about use of fertilizers, pesticides? There also you can talk about that how fertilizers, we are using organic fertilizers, we are using allelopathic crops to perhaps kill pesticides and unwanted weeds. This is an example of science based technology, right? Or specific होना है, you can talk about that how different technologies. Achha, then you can talk about space based technologies, that how space based technology provide important information such as information related to weather to farmers. So in fact there is a department which is called agrometeorology, right? So what is agrometeorology? So agrometeorology consists of three things. That first part is you have to first part is of course weather monitoring. Second part is that how this weather monitoring will affect your agriculture, ये information. And third part is this information is given to farmers, information to farmers. All these three things combined is called agrometeorology. You can talk about that how in agrometeorology we are using space based technologies such as weather monitoring satellites or communication satellite to provide information to farmers. We can also talk about modern technologies. For example, now people are using big data analytics to understand behavior of different crops, what type of fertilizers can be used, what should be the ideal mixture of fertilizers, pesticides, etc., so that we move towards sustainable agriculture. We can talk about that how even in transportation we are using technology. so that whatever crop is, fruits, vegetables, they are protected for a longer duration. Shelf life of perishable items such as fruits and vegetables has increased. How it has increased? We have applied different type of technology. For example, nuclear technology is used to enhance the shelf life of fruits and vegetables. We can talk about that, right? We can also talk about that how post-harvest losses, for example, if say for losses हुए हैं, even in those scenarios, as part of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, government is using technologies such as artificial intelligence to determine that how much insurance is required for farmers. So we are collecting lot of data, and based on that data we are able to determine the amount of money which should be given to farmers in case of any sort of disaster such as drought, flood, etc. So lot of steps have been taken. We can talk about precision agriculture. So there are so many keywords which you can use in this answer. तो एक approach तो ये होगा कि in different stages of agriculture how technology has made remarkable changes first. Another approach can be that instead of different stages you can talk about different technologies itself, that how biotechnology is helping, how nanotechnology is helping, how space based technology is helping, how information technology is helping. तो ये भी एक अप्रोच हो सकता है. बोथ अप्रोचेज आर फाइन. एनी अदर अप्रोच, कोई भी और अप्रोच अगर आपको लगता है कि इज यूजफुल, यू कैन यूज दैट. But again, the key word here, the key thing to remember is that you have to limit your answer in 75 words. So whatever approach you are adopting, you have to limit your words. You have limit your words. Okay, let's come to the next question. So again, this was an easy question. The next question is, how does the draft environmental impact assessment notification 2020 differ from the existing EI notification 2006? Now this was one of the most expected questions of the paper. Generally UPSC does not ask about draft notification, but two things. First, environmental impact assessment is directly given in your syllabus, and second, this draft notification was in use for all the wrong reasons. It was criticized so much, it was covered by all the newspapers, that this was a very much expected question. And in fact, this question, that how it is different from 2006, that was also very much expected. So whenever you read the criticism of this notification, you will read it in terms of that how things have changed. What was earlier, how things have changed and have made it worse as per many experts. So this comparison was also very easy, that how things have changed compared to the past notification. Like how to approach this question? So ideally you should define environmental impact assessment in the introduction itself. What is environmental impact assessment? So environmental impact assessment is for any developmental project, the likely impacts on the local ecology and environment while taking care of other factors such as socio-economic, cultural factors involving public participation. This entire process is called environmental impact assessment. If you have time, there is a ready-made flow chart of environmental impact assessment which you can use in answer, although that is not required. If someone has done it, if you can draw that flow chart in 5 to 10 seconds, it's okay, otherwise it's not required. Because this is only a 10 marks question, you have to finish your answer in 150 words and you have to write comparison from 2006 and 2020 draft notification. Now draft notification was given by government as per their promise that we need to enhance our ease of doing business ranking. भारत को, इंडिया को इस चीज के लिए बहुत क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं that there is no ease of doing business, there is always red tapeism, there are many bureaucratic delays, there are so many clearances. One of those clearances is of course environmental clearance. So there is always a criticism. So government's argument was that we want to expedite the developmental processes, developmental programs, so that investors have confidence in Indian system. and because of that government came up with this notification. But the moment these notifications came, it was heavily criticized by many environmental groups, by many environmental experts on various grounds. Now what are those grounds? अब इसका भी दो structure हो सकता है. So one structure can be that you can make a table. आप एक table बना लो. Demarcate कर लो table को. EIA 2006 and draft EIA 2020. And write down in bullet points how things are changing. So this is one way of answering question, because the question is directly asking comparison, or you can write down in bullet points. For example, what are the major changes which has occurred in the draft notification? So let's major सबसे जो major criticisms हैं. So first major criticism, post facto approval. Talk about this. Post facto approval. Now EIA का पूरा एक process है, right? So this post facto approval, basically post facto clearance ये है that even if for certain developmental projects, even if the work had started by a company, they can do the entire EIA process by paying a penalty. This was not allowed in 2006 notification, that first you have to complete your EIA process, you have to complete the EIA compliance, and only then you will get approval. So write about that how post facto approval has been allowed by draft notification while it was not allowed by EIA 2006. Public participation, this is another issue. Now public participation में दो तीन EIA में public participation is very important. While in the entire process public participation is involved in various steps. Like first you go for the proposal that okay, we are trying to have this setup in this particular area. Then you decide your terms of reference, that what will be the likely impact of EIA. Then you do scoping, screening. So public participation is generally part of various steps in this entire process. Then this EIA report is prepared. This EIA report will be that will go to experts, as well as it will go to public. Public consultation will occur. Now the expert group will decide if this is something which can be changed, if this is accepted, rejected, or accepted with certain modifications. If rejected, then prepare a new proposal. This proposal is no longer valid. But you have to first finish this process, only then you can start. Post facto approval, this was allowed in draft notification, it is no longer, it is not there in EIA 2006. Public participation, now public participation first of all in draft notification is not even mandatory in many types of projects. Government has categorized this certain category of projects where public participation is not even required. For example, road construction in border areas. For MSMEs, which are MSMEs related to dye industry. In some areas, certain areas has been declared as economically sensitive areas. In this economically sensitive areas, government has given itself to a lot of discretionary power, where again certain project can be given the term strategic project, that these are strategic projects in economically sensitive areas. अब अभी तक जो strategic projects थे as part of EIA 2006, they were limited to defense establishments or perhaps nuclear establishments. But now the definition of strategic project, ये जो strategic word है, it is totally dependent on the discretionary power of government. So the definition of strategic project has been widened a lot. Talk about that. Lot of new projects have been involved. Oil and drilling projects, dye industry, MSME dye industry, road construction, बहुत सारी चीजें जो कि with examples you can talk about that. third thing which you have to remember is compliance monitoring. अब देखो ये पूरा प्रोसेस खत्म हो गया, इसका मतलब ये नहीं है that the responsibilities of company are over. That's not the case. So whatever your terms of reference was, whatever was decided, it needs to be rechecked from time to time that whatever you have promised, you are fulfilling those promises. कि पता चला आपने बोला था कि ठीक है, there will be some sort of damage, but that damage, what you talked on the paper and what actually is happening, there is a huge difference. So that will be a problematic thing. So there was a provision in EIA 2006 that how much you are complying with the EIA norms, this compliance monitoring will occur every 6 months. That every 6 months it will be, the site will be visited and by expert group again, and it will be observed, it will be seen that whatever you promised, are you following to that. Now as part of EIA 2020, this compliance monitoring time period has been extended to 1 year. So compliance which was supposed to occur every 6 months now will occur every 1 year. So this is again a major change for which government was criticized a lot. Fourth is baseline data. अब देखो baseline data क्या है? While preparing EIA report, you have to use data for the entire year, that how your project is going to create, how your project is going to have any adverse consequence. For example, इसको एक example से समझ लेते हैं. Think about a chemical industry which is going to be set up in an area where there is a river nearby. Now this chemical industry during rainy season, if they are discharging chemicals in very unprofessional manner, or if they are like not taking due course of action, or even if they are doing everything, still chemical seepage can occur into river, especially during rainy season. तो अभी तक क्या था कि while preparing EIA report you have to consider data for the entire year. Now as part of draft notification, the entire year is not important. You can only selectively use data. जैसे for example, a chemical factory can use data for the month of say March, April का data ले लिया, but July, August का data नहीं लिया. That the pollution level in nearby river will not change as per the data of March and April. But what about in August and September when there is rain? So this baseline data was required for the entire year in the EIA 2006. It is no longer the same in draft notification. Certain projects, for example, जो बहुत बड़े projects हैं, river valley projects, they had the validity of 30 years. Other projects, mining projects had the validity of 30 years. River valley projects had the validity of 10 years. Now this validity has been extended to 50 years and 15 years respectively. तो जो 30 और 10 है जो validity था, this has been extended to 50 and 15 for mining projects and river valley projects respectively. So all these areas you can talk about, on all these areas how draft notification is different from the EIA 2006, and as part of conclusion you have to ensure, you have to write it down. यहाँ पे conclusion लिखना is necessary. You have to write it down that there is a reason we follow EIA procedure. We want to move to sustainable development. Now in the name of ease of doing business, environmental concerns cannot be ignored. And environmental concerns कौन address करता है? It is addressed by environmental impact assessment exercise. So you have to talk, you have to mention this. So as part of, आपको ये करना है कि government needs to have a wider consultation with stakeholders and then come up with a final EIA notification. So right now it is only a draft policy. There will be some amendments. So as a conclusion, write it down that government needs to involve various stakeholders and then come up with, specially जो experts हैं, environmental experts हैं, government needs to take care of their concerns while coming up with the final guidelines. That will be a concrete answer. So again, this was a very much expected question and UPSC ने पूछ भी लिया. Next question. What are the salient features of Jal Shakti Abhiyan launched by the Government of India for water conservation and water security? अब अगेन ये बड़ा ही एक्सपेक्टेड सा क्वेश्चन है. So try to give some data, because the question is talking about in the context of water conservation and water security. So try to substantiate this part, that why water conservation and water security is very important in India. You can give some figures. For example, you can talk about that how, as part of Niti Aayog report, as per various reports by Niti Aayog and World Bank, 600 million Indians face the problem of water stress. 75% of households in India do not have piped water supply, and the per capita availability of water in India has decreased from about 1800 cubic meter in 2001 to 1500 cubic meter in 2011, and it will further decrease to about 1340 cubic meter in 2021, that is this year, by 2025. So in next 4 years, the per capita availability of water per person will be 1340 cubic meter, and as per World Bank definition, if this comes below 1200, then you are in water scarce condition. So right now we are in water stressed condition, but in very soon, like in coming 5-6 years, we will become water scarced. In fact, lot of cities are already facing this problem of water crisis. Cities like Bengaluru, Delhi, many metro cities are facing the problem of water crisis. So in this context, government came up with a Jal Shakti Abhiyan with an overall approach to tackle the problem of water crisis. So Jal Shakti Abhiyan is similar to other public participation initiatives. So this government specially has come up with certain public sector participation initiatives. The best example is Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. That public participation is very important if we want to clean India. Similarly, here as part of Jal Shakti Abhiyan, the first and the foremost thing is that this entire water conservation campaign is built on citizens' participation. So what are the salient features? That is the question. What are the salient features of Jal Shakti Abhiyan? तो ये जो लास्ट लाइन है ना, फॉर वाटर कंजर्वेशन एंड वाटर सिक्योरिटी, इसको भी सब्सटैंशिएट करना जरूरी है. सब्सटैंशिएटिंग दिस विद सम डेटा इज वेरी मच इंपॉर्टेंट. इफ यू डू नॉट डू दैट, कुछ मार्क्स आपके कट जाएंगे. नाउ कम टू द सेलिएंट फीचर्स. सो टॉक अबाउट द फोकस एरियाज. व्हाट आर द फोकस एरियाज? लॉट ऑफ फोकस एरियाज. सो जल शक्ति अभियान focuses on many things such as rainwater harvesting, renovation of traditional water bodies, creation of local infrastructure, watershed development, and of course intensive afforestation. All these things are important focus areas for Jal Shakti Abhiyan. Now who will collaborate, who will ensure that this Jal Shakti Abhiyan is actually being implemented properly? So again, the overall coordinating body is Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, but it involves various other ministries. So you can talk about that. Then you can talk about that how there are intervention teams dedicated at block and district level, that for each and every block as well as at district level we want to have water conservation plans. Then you can talk about that how lot of research and support will be provided by various technical institutes such as IITs to basically come up with water conservation plans and implement them effectively. Other type of technologies such as 3-dimensional contour maps will be built as part of Jal Shakti Abhiyan. Write about that. The projects taken under Jal Shakti Abhiyan will also be conversed with Manrega. तो मनरेगा का एक पार्ट ये ना कि वी हैव टू क्रिएट एसेट्स. सो जो जल शक्ति अभियान में जो एसेट्स क्रिएट होंगे दे विल बी कन्वर्ज्ड विथ मनरेगा. Lot of awareness campaigns have been started by the government in schools, using self-help groups, using NGOs, using panchayats to ensure that people are aware about this water conservation program. So for example, Krishi Vigyan Kendra Melas, they are being promoted for efficient use of water. There is a special focus on urban areas. Urban areas have to achieve certain targets in time bound manner. So all these are main salient features of Jal Shakti Abhiyan. So whatever you can remember, this was a very important initiative as part Jal Shakti Abhiyan. अच्छा इसका कोई dedicated budget खुद का नहीं है. Jal Shakti Abhiyan will take budget from different, so for example Manrega का work will be part of Jal Shakti Abhiyan. Or other projects part will be part of Jal Shakti Abhiyan. Jal Jeevan Mission has dedicated project that will be part of Jal Shakti Abhiyan. So Jal Shakti Abhiyan is an overarching campaign mission which is based on citizens' participation for water conservation. This is something which you have to write while talking about the salient features of the mission. So this was again a very straightforward question, थोड़ा factual question है. If you know about the salient features, तो कुछ features तो सबको याद रहे होंगे, but again ऐसे बहुत famous campaigns अगर आ रहे हैं, some certain government scheme which is quite very popular, it is very much in news, then you have to know about their salient features in detail. Anyways, so we are done with questions of 10 marks. So as you can see that in 10 marks there are 2 questions of science and technology and 2 questions of environment. None of the questions are from disaster management in 10 marks. Now let's jump to the 15 marks question. So again there are 4 questions in 15 marks. So out of 250, 100 marks question is from these 3 sections: environment, science and technology and disaster management. तो 40% आपका इससे है, तो आप इसको इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते. So whoever is planning to prepare or is already preparing, please ensure that you are giving enough attention to these areas also, because they will give you very high marks. यहाँ पे इनपुट आउटपुट बहुत बढ़िया है, आपका इनपुट कम हो के आउटपुट बहुत ज़्यादा होगा. That is a beauty with these sections. Okay. So there are different parts of the syllabus with input output game. So for example, in polity, in economy, in geography, the input is very high, but then output is also very high. There are other areas where input, especially I am talking about mains examination. Then there are areas where input is very high but output is less, जैसे world history हो गया, या for example even modern history हो गया. Input is high but output is less. But then there are areas where input is actually less but output is high. Environment, science and technology and disaster management fall in that category. And again I am talking about specifically to mains examination. For prelims, environment, science and technology के लिए output बहुत ज़्यादा चाहिए, input बहुत ज़्यादा चाहिए. Output भी ज़्यादा है but input भी बहुत ज़्यादा चाहिए. Mains में यहाँ पे input कम है, output ज़्यादा है. Anyways, let's discuss the questions of 15 marks. Question 15. COVID-19 pandemic has caused unprecedented devastation worldwide. However, technological advancements are being availed readily to win over the crisis. Give an account of how technology was sought to aid management of the pandemic. Now this is again a very much expected question. अभी तक जितने भी क्वेश्चन हमने देखे हैं, बाय द वे सारे क्वेश्चन ऑल इंडिया टेस्ट सीरीज के थे, विजन आईएएस का जो टेस्ट सीरीज है. दिस क्वेश्चन वाज अगेन more or less directly was in the test series. So this was very much expected question, that how technology is helping us in tackling the problems caused by COVID-19. तो जो शुरू का स्टेटमेंट दे रखा है, the first statement given in the question, that pandemic has caused unprecedented devastation. Try to substantiate it with some data, whatever figure you have, try to write some points. So do not directly jump to that how technology is helping in managing this pandemic, but also talk about that how it has created actually unprecedented devastation. So various reports, for example, World Bank says that tens of millions of people are at the risk of falling into extreme poverty. Undernourished people, by the end of 2020, the total number was more than 130 million, right? Lot of people, migrant crisis, you can talk about how migrant crisis occurred in India. Various countries have suffered from so many things. Hospitals are overcrowded, right? So we can talk about, we can give some data and figure, not more than 30-40 words. So this question is of 250 words, 15 marks a question hai. So out of 250 words, write down in 30-40 words that how COVID-19 has caused unprecedented devastation. The economic scenario, the economic crisis which this entire world is witnessing perhaps was seen the last time in 1929 crisis. तो कुछ कुछ डेटा फिगर हम दे सकते हैं, कुछ कुछ चीजें लिख सकते हैं to substantiate the statement given in the question. Now come to the main part of the question, that is technology has helped and how it has helped. So दोनों सेम ही है. So how it has helped, talk about various aspects of management of pandemic. What are the various aspects of management of pandemic? So for example, you can talk about that how epidemiological studies very quickly found out the origin, not exactly the exact origin, the nature of the virus, nature of coronavirus. It found out the spike proteins, how it infects using our cells. So you can talk about that how lot of epidemiologists worked day and night to actually calculate that how this virus is going to spread across the world. Many figures, जो spread था वो भी more or less whatever data was extrapolated. A lot of times those data were wrong also, but many times they were right. So you can talk about that how pandemic was managed, planned using various types of technologies. For example, technologies such as artificial intelligence helped facilitating in COVID-19 preparedness, in tracking of people, in tracking the spread and infection. For example, various tools such as migration maps as well as use of mobile phones, they were used. For example, think about, let's use certain keywords. So contact tracing तो बात की चीज है. The very first is planning during this pandemic. In planning we used various technologies like artificial intelligence, migration maps, social media to find out hotspots of infection. Then you can talk about how we use in contact tracing, we use technologies such as Bluetooth. आप यहाँ पे लिख सकते हैं contact tracing में you can talk about the app developed by Government of India itself, आरोग्य सेतु की बात कर सकते हैं आप. Then you can talk about that how in screening of infection, कि screening for infection, how we deployed various tools such as thermal scanners. Screening of infection, we deployed thermal scanners, oximeters to determine the oxygen level, smart watches, applied various apps to collect pulse, temperature, sleep pattern related data. Then even in quarantine and self-isolation, in quarantine how technology was used, for example, artificial intelligence powered surveillance camera, drone based cameras, all these things were utilized to monitor and restrict the gathering of people in an area. Talk about that. How communication technologies helped, how communication technology helped us maintaining our sanity during the lockdown period. You can talk about that. Then you can talk about that how e-learning, remote work, the concept of e-learning, concept of remote work using Zoom calls, Google Meet, things became difficult for the first 1 or 2 months, but gradually people transitioned to this online mode of working. This class right now is empty in front of me, but I am able to deliver this lecture using technological tools. So हम इसकी बात कर सकते हैं. Then of course you can talk about that most important aspect which has occurred is vaccine development. Now vaccine development often takes 10 to 15 years. This vaccine has been developed in 1 to 1.5 years using technologies such as, again, artificial intelligence enabled deep learning was deployed to understand the protein structure of SARS-CoV-2, and based on that mRNA vaccines, जो RNA vaccines develop हुए हैं, so that body can develop immunity response, and those vaccines are being deployed across the world as we speak, including India. Talk about that. और भी चीजें लिख सकते हैं आप, और भी, for example, think about digital payment, contactless payment का concept कितना ज़्यादा famous हुआ है. Things like Google Pay, Paytm, how much they have helped. E-commerce, how much they have helped. Right? So all these things you can write. How 3D printing. So for example, in the initial phases of pandemic, lot of restriction was imposed on personal protective equipments, on face masks, etc. How 3D printing was deployed to manufacture these things on a very large scale. You can talk about that. तो ये सारी चीजें, जितने examples आप लिख सकते हो, write it down. But you again have to talk about in terms of your structure should be very good. That how you started. For example, one structure which you can adopt is that how pandemic started and where we are right now. Similarly, how technology has helped us in coping in all this entire last 1 year. करीब करीब साल भर हो गया ना, साल भर हो चुके हैं. This is the last year Feb March में चीजें शुरू हुई थी. So how pandemic developed, first lockdown occurred in March, and how things developed, and how technology also helped us in managing this pandemic as the time progressed. You can talk about that. Vaccine development ideally should be your last point, that finally we have been able to develop a vaccine in such a short duration thanks to technology. So technology has helped us in managing this pandemic, right? You can also conclude on the similar, on a positive line, that things are going back to normal. Technology is again helping there in restoring the normality. ये सारी चीजें लिख के हम finish कर सकते हैं अपने आंसर को. So whatever examples, the number of specific examples you can write, the number of the specific technologies which you can write in your answer, that will enhance your marks. So that was a question of science and technology of 15 marks. The next 2 questions are from environment of 15 marks. So environment के भी 3 question है. No, environment के 4 question है, sorry. So environment has 2 questions of 15 marks and 2 questions of 10 marks. And final question is of disaster management. So let's go to the question number 16. Describe the benefits of deriving electrical energy from sunlight in contrast to the conventional energy generation. What are the initiatives offered by our governments for this purpose? 2 part of the question. The first part, second part, दोनों को आप ऐसे समझ लो 60-40 weightage होगा. The first part is about 60% of the weightage out of 15 marks, 9 marks of first part, 6 marks of second part. और 70-30 weight भी हो सकता है. First part is of course more important. Describe the benefits, but even in second part, the number of specific examples you can give with specific figures, that will give you extra marks. So describe the benefits of deriving electrical energy from sunlight in contrast to the conventional energy generation. Again, this is very important. जहां भी हम benefits लिखेंगे, we will also talk about that how that is a benefit compared to conventional energy generation. So you can write, you can start with that how sunlight is an example of renewable energy. You can talk about renewable, non-renewable energy, and then directly jump to the benefits. What are the benefits? The first and most important benefit is it is a clean energy. जो कन्वेंशनल एनर्जीज हैं, फॉसिल फ्यूल बेस्ड एनर्जी, दे आर हाईली पॉल्यूटिंग एंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंटली they are the biggest cause of climate change, global warming. Solar energy has no such thing. So it is environment के लिए, ecology के लिए बहुत ही ज़्यादा फायदेमंद है. First point should be that. Second is how the word is renewable energy. It is abundant. Solar energy is abundantly available. Sun is going to be there for next millions and billions of years. Fossil fuel we are soon going to exhaust. So solar energy is in abundant amount. Write that down. It is not polluting, it is not carbon emitting. Write that down. Low maintenance. Solar panel, what is required in solar energy? You require more research and development to make solar energy more efficient. But once you have done that, the maintenance cost is very low. While in case of fossil fuel based energy, be say for example thermal power plants, how much maintenance is required for these plants? In case of solar panels, no, very little maintenance is required. Talk about that. Solar panels can also be deployed into remote locations, in deserts, especially where there is high sunlight. वहाँ पे कुछ भी नहीं हो सकता. There is no economic activity which can go on there, but you can install solar panels. Talk about that, how it will lead to growth of local economy, as well as electricity can be provided into remote areas compared to conventional energy. Power losses in solar energy is very less again compared to thermal energy. Talk about that. So solar panels can be, rooftop solar panel की हम बात करते हैं, आप अपने छत पे rooftop पे solar panel लगा सकते हो. So distribution of power in such a decentralized way, it means that there will be very less power losses, while in case of conventional energy, huge amount of power losses occur. Talk about that. And finally, but last but not the least, solar energy was very expensive, like having a efficient solar panel that require, but lot of research and development has occurred. The size of solar panels have decreased, and most importantly the cost has decreased. So while fossil fuel based cost is more or less same, it depends upon so many market factors, but it has although reduced in recent times because of a number of factors, but cost has remained more or less same. In fact, it has increased overall. तो अगर आप पूरे पिछले 20 साल का डेटा लो तो it has definitely increased. But in case of solar energy, it is actually decreasing. The cost is decreasing. Why? Because we are able to produce more solar energy by investing less. Why? How is that? How has it been possible? It has been possible because of more research and development, more innovation. So you can write that. So these are all the benefits you can write about, the benefits of solar energy in comparison to conventional sources of energy. Now come to the next part. Steps taken by India. आप एक थोड़ा सा एक ये शुरू कर सकते हो कि India has huge potential in terms of solar energy, but we still are actually quite far behind compared to countries like say Germany and USA. But इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि हम बहुत पीछे हैं. India in fact has taken lot of steps, both steps at national and international level. For example, the first thing, अच्छा देखो क्वेश्चन क्या है, what are the initiatives offered by your government? ऐसा भी नहीं कि कोई पॉलिसी या स्कीम पूछा. Initiative is a very wider term. So policy scheme के साथ साथ whatever you can think of. So for example, you can talk about International Solar Alliance. That is an initiative which was proposed after Paris climate, in the background of Paris climate deal. India and France proposed this alliance of countries which lie between Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. Right, talk about that. We have a national mission called National Solar Mission. The target is that we are going to produce 100 gigawatt of power from solar energy by the year 2022. A lot of amount has been invested to this National Solar Mission. Recently, government started a mission called Kusum Yojana, Kisan Urja Suraksha Evam Uttam Mahabhiyan. So as part of Kusum schemes, farmers are being given solar panels for their water pumps. Write about that. there is a solar charkha mission to train rural people in weaving and spinning using solar panels. There is a scheme for development of solar parks. Write about that. There is Atal Jyoti Yojana, where solar street lighting system are being installed in different part of the country. Then there is development of solar cities, that is a scheme of Ministry of Renewable Energy. Then there are skill development programs with respect to solar energy, such as Surya Mitra skill development program. There is a green energy corridor project envisaged by Government of India. तो ये तो मैंने बहुत सारे नाम दे दिए आपको, 7-8 नाम दे दिए, but even if you can write 4-5, at least mention 3-4 things. International Solar Alliance, National Solar Mission with figure, Kusum Yojana, Solar Charkha Mission, ये सारी चीजें भी अगर आप लिख दो, 4-5 भी लिख दोगे with just explanation in 1 or 2 line, it will be more than sufficient for a comprehensive answer. So पूरा comprehensive answer लिखने के लिए, for a comprehensive answer you will have to write down all these things. So again this was a very straightforward and frankly a easy question. इसमें कुछ भी ऐसे difficulty कहीं से भी नहीं है. Now let's come to the question number 17. Again question number 17 was a very lazy question frankly. जल शक्ति अभियान में भी salient features पूछा है, यहाँ पे भी key features पूछा है. What are the key features of National Clean Air Program initiated by the Government of India? Straightforward question of 15 marks. You have to write this answer into 50 words. What are the key features of National Clean Air Program initiated by Government of India? अब इसमें how to approach this question, because again this question is of 15 marks. So talk about the problem of air pollution in urban areas. Write down, give some facts and figures to explain that how air pollution. अब देखो question का कहीं पे कोई statement नहीं है where you need to substantiate it. But since it's a 15 marks question, it is expected of you that before coming to the main part, build a background. तो हमने क्या करना है introduction में, not more than again 30-40 words. Write down that how air pollution is a major problem in urban areas, especially of northern India. And during winter season तो बहुत ही खराब situation हो जाता है. In the months of November, October, last week of October, November, the situation is very bad. We all know that. So talk about that. That concentration of the National Air Quality Index है. In Delhi, there are areas where it reaches up to 999, which is the maximum level. In general, it remains 400, 500 in so many areas of Delhi NCR as well as in many cities of UP and Bihar. You can write that. And you can talk about problems such as, say for example, lot of children are inhaling this poisonous air that reduces the lifetime. Air pollution से millions of people are dying of premature death because of air pollution. Various studies tell you that. There are so many studies. For example, there is a study by World Health Organization. I do not remember the exact figure, but it was definitely in millions. That there are certain million of Indians, I have to go and look at the exact figure, who are dying of premature death because of air pollution. तो थोड़ा सा background एक दे दो. Now in this context, since it is such a big problem in urban areas, you have to talk about National Clean Air Program. This program was initiated by Government of India in few years back, 2 years back. The idea is, the main objective of the program is that by the year 2022, we are going to reduce the concentration of particulate matters 2.5 and 10 by at least 20% in certain cities. So ये specific होना बहुत जरूरी है. So the core, what is the core objective? The core objective is that 2017 is our base year, and in next 5 years, that is by 2022, in next 5 years we are going to reduce the amount of particulate matter 2.5 and particulate matter 10 in certain cities of this country. What are those certain cities? These certain cities are called non-attainment cities. Non-attainment cities. अब non-attainment cities क्या है? So there is a index called National Ambient Air Quality Index. So as part of National Ambient Air Quality Index, those cities which are not, so there is a target you have to achieve to consider to be attainment city. That is, the problem of air pollution is not very high in these cities. So these are attainment cities, rest all the cities are non-attainment cities. And as part of the program, this National Clean Air Program, 102 cities were identified. So what are the different salient features of this scheme? So the very first is target. What is the target? That in 102 cities from about 23 states, these are called non-attainment cities based on National Ambient Air Quality Index. This program is going to be implemented, and most of these cities are tier 2 cities except certain metro cities such as Delhi, Mumbai, Bengaluru and Kolkata. Who will be participant? So the participant in this program will be industry, academia, in collaboration with various ministries. So a lot of ministries are simultaneous. Overall coordinating body is Central Pollution Control Board, that is under Ministry of Environment and Forest. But apart from that, there is Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Ministry of Heavy Industries, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, Niti Aayog, and of course Ministry of Environment and Forest, and CPCB is the overall coordinating body of this scheme. Why all these ministries? Think about different ministries I have talked about. Because these are the main sources of air pollution. Ministry of Road and Transport, Highways, vehicular emission, one of the major sources of pollution. Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, again vehicular emission because of fossil fuel based energy. Ministry of New and Renewable Energy to transition to renewable source of energy. Ministry of Heavy Industries, industrial pollution. Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, mainly urban areas. Since we are talking about urban areas, we have to involve urban. Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Ministry of Agriculture because of agriculture emission. And Ministry of Health. Why Ministry of Health? Because air pollution has health related issues. So Ministry of Health is also part of this program. What are the major objectives? The major objectives are mitigation programs for prevention, control and abatement of air pollution first, and second, improving the air quality monitoring network. दोनों चीजें करनी है. So we have to improve the air quality monitoring network. Why do we have to do that? Because we want to have a data driven approach. We know the data, and based on data we can have our interventions. So a data driven approach has been adopted. So you can talk about that. So not only control, prevention, abatement of air pollution, but also improvement of air quality monitoring network. The total budget is about 300 crore rupees. It will also collaborate with Smart Cities program, because out of this 102 cities, about 42 cities, 43 cities are also Smart Cities program, part of Smart Cities program. So these two will collaborate, Smart Cities program and National Clean Air program, they will collaborate. Who will implement it? Implementation will occur at local level. So for example, there will be sectoral working groups. So different sectors are there, which are, so for example, for different sector there is a different group, which was, for example, vehicular emission हो गया, industrial emission हो गया, agriculture emission हो गया. So there are separate groups to take care of these different sectors. Apart from that, a project monitoring unit at national level, at state level and at city level. At 3 levels there will be project monitoring unit which will oversee that if this program is being implemented properly or not. And a municipal commissioner and district magistrate will play a very important role in all these districts. So the idea is that with lot of technological development, with improvement in air quality monitoring network, with collaboration of various stakeholders, we are gradually going to reduce the concentration of particulate matter 2.5 and 10. देखो ये भी बड़ा ज़रूरी है. It is only focusing on PM 2.5 and 10. It is not including other pollutants. For example, National Air Quality Index has 8 pollutants. Apart from PM 2.510, it also has ozone, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, and I think ammonia. But this program only considers PM 2.5 and 10. तो ये भी एक दिमाग में रहना बहुत ज़रूरी है. So again, this was a straightforward question. National. अब ये this question was expected in 2018 because 2017 लास्ट में आया था ये स्कीम. तो 2018 में भी नहीं पूछा, 2019 में भी नहीं पूछा, and finally they have asked into 2020. That only tells you that air pollution, since it remains in news, it always remains in news, the steps taken by government becomes very important. Since air pollution always remains in news, this scheme of National Clean Air Program also always remains in news. The government initiatives, important initiatives, even though they are 2-3 years back, you have to read about them. And the last question of paper, which is only one question of disaster management, discuss the recent measures initiated. Discuss the recent measures initiated in disaster management by the government of India, departing from the earlier reactive approach. देखो, this question is again very interestingly formed. खाली अगर ये पूछा होता that discuss the recent measures initiated in disaster management by the government, then it will be a very easy question. थोड़ा सा difficulty level बढ़ा दिया है. A little bit of difficulty has been introduced in this question, that how it is a departure from the earlier reactive approach. So question has built a context that earlier approaches were reactive. So even though the question not specifically says that, but it means that now we are transitioning to proactive approaches. Our strategies are proactive in nature in last few years. In past it was reactive. What do you mean by that? So as a layman, जिसको disaster management बहुत detail में नहीं पता, but disaster management generally has a cycle that you focus on mitigation, preparedness, you focus on what to do during disaster, and you focus on recovery. So a reactive approach generally focuses on recovery part, that once disaster has occurred, how to handle the situation during disaster and post disaster. That will be part of reactive approach. So reactive approach क्या होगा? Reactive approach will be the focus on during disaster and post disaster. Now this was the major theme, this was the major theme of our past plans, but now we are focusing on proactive approaches. So proactive में क्या focus होगा? Proactive में the focus will be on mitigation, the focus will be on preparedness. Now how recent plans are focusing on mitigation and preparedness, that is the question is. तो इसका एक बहुत बढ़िया क्वेश्चन देखो यूपीएससी ने 2 साल पहले भी पूछा था. 2 years back or 3 years back there was a question asked by UPSC that how Sendai framework is different from Hyogo framework. So the recent global framework for disaster management is the right now the global framework for disaster management is Sendai framework. From 2015, it came in 2015. It has a time period of 2030, so it will go until 2030. Before that we had Hyogo framework. So Hyogo framework was from 2005 to 2015. Now a lot of things were introduced in Sendai framework, and as part of that government came up with a national disaster management plan in 2016. तो ये Sendai framework के context में आपको आंसर लिखना है, that how Sendai framework focuses on pre-disaster जो part है, that is on mitigation and preparedness part. So how do you mitigate disaster? How do you prepare yourself for disaster? So you try to reduce the vulnerability. How do you do that? So a lot of investment has been given by the government in this regard. So there are certain keywords which you have to write down. For example, the focus has shifted to disaster resilience. What do you mean by disaster resilience? So National Disaster Management Plan जो है हमारा, it has a specific focus on disaster resilience. That we have to mainstream resilience. What do you mean by resilience? For example, focus on resilient infrastructure. We have a disaster map for different types of disaster and different reasons. For example, we know that coastal area is vulnerable because of cyclones. We know that earthquake vulnerability kahan pe zyada hai. We also know about things like forest fire, right? We know about areas which are vulnerable to tsunami also. So based on that, government has invested a lot into disaster resilience. One of the important aspects of disaster resilience is investment in infrastructure. Another aspect of disaster resilience will be community participation, that is community based disaster management. So involvement of local community. So Sendai framework का एक बड़ा important focus ये है that the primary responsibility of disaster management lies with the state, but the responsibility should be shared with other stakeholders also, such as local government, private sector, and of course community. So without involving community, you cannot have an effective disaster management plan. So a lot of focus has been given to community based disaster management. So disaster resilient infrastructure and community based disaster management. This government is focusing a lot on these things. Second thing is that government is focusing also a lot on non-structural measures. So infrastructure तो फिर भी structural measure हो गया, that you are developing infrastructure. Infrastructure in terms of what? Infrastructure in terms of, say for example, now government is using different technologies. जैसे government is using navigational data. Government is using geographical data to ensure that what will be the best route during a disaster, where should be a shelter house if disaster comes. So कहाँ पे लोगों को evacuate करके और कितनी जल्दी करना है. There is also a focus on vulnerability. So vulnerability में especially women, children and disables. Disables are the most vulnerable population during vulnerability. So government has a specific plan for vulnerable people. Right, so that is a focus of the government. Then write down about non-structural measures. Non-structural measures में क्या होगा? Warning system. Government is investing a lot into early warning. So early warning system for tsunami, for cyclones, all these things have been developed by the government. Third, what you can write is government is also trying to transition to impact-based forecasting. तो अभी तक जो अर्ली वार्निंग क्या था, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल थिंक अबाउट अ साइक्लोन, वी नो दैट वेयर साइक्लोन इज कमिंग, वेयर इट विल लैंड and what is the speed, what is the direction, all these things we know. But a impact based forecast will not only tell you this, but it will also tell you that which areas are more vulnerable, which bridge, which hospital, which school is going to be perhaps destroyed because of this disaster. So apart from the usual information about disaster, its impact is also being forecasted. For that, lot of technologies, meteorological data, navigational data, lot of technologies are being used to invest into that. Next point you can write is that there is a focus on decentralization. So already as part of National Disaster Management Act, we have bodies at national level, that is National Disaster Management Authority, then we have State Disaster Management Authority, and we have District Disaster Management Authority. So there is already a focus on decentralization of disaster management. So you can write about that. There have been awareness campaigns about disaster preparation in schools, involving NGOs, involving community, involving volunteers. Government is also collaborating with other external agencies. For example, India recently was also instrumental in having a alliance called Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. You can talk about that how there is a focus on knowledge sharing among stakeholders, knowledge sharing among nations following best practices, learning from those practices from other countries. So government has invested a lot into proactive part of disaster management. So whenever you are writing this point, तो पहले हम क्या करेंगे, in how do you approach this question, you can talk about in first part of the answer, you can talk about the importance of disaster management. Disaster management होता क्या है, its importance in very briefly you can talk about. Then you can say that how earlier approaches were reactive in nature. आप explain कर सकते हो that reactiveness basically means that once disaster has hit, then government machinery starts functioning towards rescuing people, and after disaster has passed, then recovery, disaster recovery. So that was the prime focus of earlier plans. Abhi jo focus hai, now focus has shifted to proactive approaches such as community based disaster management, such as disaster resilient infrastructure, such as early warning system, use of geospatial data, right, awareness campaigns, decentralization of disaster management. ये सारी चीजें, all impact based forecast, all these are important keywords which you have to mention in this answer. So and this will be a comprehensive answer, and बीच में आप बोल सकते हो कि based on Sendai framework, National Disaster Management Plan focuses on proactive approaches. So there has been a lot of focus on disaster governance. Governance means to determine the responsibilities, accountability of various stakeholders. So we can talk about that, right? So understanding the disaster, strengthening disaster risk governance, investing in resilience, all these things are very important as part of Sendai framework. On that part you can, on that note you can conclude your answer. या आप इंट्रोडक्शन में भी लिख सकते थे या कंक्लूजन में भी लिख सकते हो, both are totally okay. So that's it, we are done with all 8 questions of science and technology, environment and disaster management. There was only one question, but on an average disaster management पे देखो 2 क्वेश्चन होता है, एक साल 3 क्वेश्चन भी आया था, but इस साल सिर्फ एक ही क्वेश्चन है. But that doesn't mean, on an average you will realize that this 3 part, environment, science and technology and disaster management, there are 8 to 10 questions, minimum of 8 each and every year has been asked, and 10 question has also been asked from these 3 sections. So these 3 sections are very important, and if you have any doubt you can ask those doubts, otherwise the next section will be taken by Jatin sir. So only one section remains, that is internal security. There are 4 questions from internal security that will be taken by Jatin sir. So if you have any doubt, in the meantime you can ask those doubts. बहुत बार स्टूडेंट्स बोलते हैं क्या पढ़ना चाहिए इन टॉपिक्स के लिए, क्या पढ़े इन्वायरमेंट के लिए, साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के लिए. I do not recommend a book. I feel like you can pick up any coaching institute notes. A lot of coaching institutes including Vision IS has invested a lot. I am not specifically recommending Vision IS notes. आप बाकी किसी का भी notes पढ़ रहे हो, just read any coaching institute notes which are famous in market, buy them, buy their soft copy, especially for disaster management. Environment, science and technology you already study in for prelims examination. Now in prelims examination you study from like an objective questions के perspective से आप पढ़ते हो. All you have to do, you have to start writing answer from science and technology and disaster and environment. So focus on the keywords which is given in your syllabus. Think about the important issues which were in news from these areas. So the same strategy you adopt in economy and polity, that what were the important issues which were in news in last 2 years from these sections. Do the same thing in case of environment, disaster management and science and technology, and definitely you will be able to get very good marks. So on that note, I will finish this class, and all the best for your preparation, all the best for examination. Hello, sorry. There is a doubt by Harsh Punya. Harsh is asking, ARC disaster management should be followed or not? I do not think it is necessary. ARC recommendation पूरा पढ़ने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. So as I said, pick any coaching institute notes. Good notes will definitely include the points which are mentioned in ARC report. So पूरा report पढ़ने की for one topic. Again, remember input output game. This is very important in this examination. How much input you are giving, how much output you are going to get. पूरा ARC report just for 1 or 2 question does not make a lot of sense. So concise notes institutes बना के रखते हैं, उनको follow करो. That will be very good. Any other doubt? Prathamesh, any other doubt? Chalo, then I will end the class.
Hi everyone, welcome to Vision IS and welcome to the analysis and discussion on the questions for internal security for 2020 mains, that is of paper 3 of general studies. Before my session, two of my colleague teachers had taken the discussion on economics and environment, science and technology and disaster management. I am going to be dealing with the internal security portion. My name is Jatin Gupta. There are 4 questions which have been asked this year from the topic of internal security, and what I would try to tell you, apart from what could have been written in those particular questions, how you could have extracted the maximum marks out of the examiner, I am also going to be talking about some of the sources that you need to refer, or some of the sources that you could have probably referred in order to answer these questions. All the 4 questions, if you look at them, they are more or less very straightforward in nature. There isn't any twisted thing which has been given this year in the internal security questions. We have seen in last couple of years that the UPSC tried to confuse the aspirants a bit with some of the questions, but this year relatively all the questions seem to be very straightforward in nature. So without wasting much time, let us have a look at all the 4 questions. Let us try to see that what are the topics which UPSC has given emphasis on this year. What are perhaps some of the topics which will be important, keeping in mind the pattern for this year for next year. That is, for people those who are appearing in 2021 and 2022, what are some of the things that you need to keep in mind in order to successfully get through the questions which are provided to you for internal security. And then we would also try to understand that what could probably be the game changer, or what are some of the things which you could write different from other aspirants in the examination to get more marks out of the examination. So let's have a look at the questions. So the first question that was provided was question number 9, and question number 9 talked about cyber crimes in India. So question number cyber crimes in general. So question number 9 of this year was a 10 marker, and it was related to internal security. So if you look at the question, this question relates to the topic that has been provided in your syllabus, called as basics of cyber security. So there is a topic called as basics of cyber security that has been provided in the internal security syllabus of paper 3 of general studies, and in that portion we also need to read some of these things. So what I am going to do is, very quickly I will tell you, because I usually don't get this time with many of you, those who are not my students in the classroom, to tell that what could be the approach to prepare for this particular topic. So see, as far as the topic of basics of cyber security by UPSC is concerned, it is one of their very pet topics. It is a topic from which they ask a question every year. From 2014, since the syllabus of the examination has changed, they have asked a question almost every year from basics of cyber security, and at times you may even find 2 questions in the question paper from basics of cyber security, or role of media or social media, etc., and so on and so forth. So when we talk about basics of cyber security, what are the things that we need to prepare as a part of our preparation? This is for those who are appearing in 2021 and 2022. I am going to tell you a bit about it, then I will come to the question. Okay, so when we talk about topic of basics of cyber security, see, first and foremost, you need to know the meaning and the definition of cyber security. What do you mean by cyber security? What is the definition of cyber security? Then you need to be knowing about the threats to cyberspace. What are some of the threats that are facing the cyberspace? And in this, you'll have to further break this down into 3 areas, where you will have to understand what exactly cyber crimes are, what are the examples of cyber crimes, etc., and so on and so forth. You will then have to know what exactly cyber terrorism is, how do we define cyber terrorism, what is the definition of cyber terrorism, what are some of the examples of cyber terrorism, and then you would also have to understand cyber warfare, right? So these are threats to the cyberspace that you would have to prepare properly and understand some of them. And here you would also have to keep a very close eye on the law that exists in India for cyber crimes. India के अंदर जो law exist करती है cyber crimes के लिए, या cyber security से related जो law है, that is the information technology law. right? Or in fact, if I were to give you the exact name of the law, it is the Information Technology Act of 2000, and there were certain major amendments that were made in this act in the year 2008. So the amendments of 2008, some of the sections that were introduced, these are some of the things that you need to keep this, when you read these sections, when you read about cyber crimes, when you read about cyber terrorism, when you read about cyber warfare, you will have to pay special attention to the Information Technology Act of year 2000. Okay, so that is about basics of cyber security. One portion will be the threats to cyberspace. Once you have understood the threats to cyberspace, another portion that you need to prepare for the examination is the importance of cyber security for India. Importance of cyber security for India. What is the importance of cyber security for a country such as India? You need to get some data, get some evidence on, how we are technology based, we are a technology based economy, service based industry, where largely things are driven by technology. Today we are moving towards smart city, today we are moving towards e-governance and all these other things, and therefore what we need is the inculcation of technology into various processes in the economy. But for that, cyber security also becomes important. Then you also perhaps need to talk about vulnerability of India. Vulnerability of India to cyber threats. Okay, so this is another portion that you need to prepare. Once you've prepared all these portions, then you need to prepare the portion of what steps have been taken by the government, and here you will have to focus on the steps taken in terms of legislation, steps taken in terms of creating institutions, steps taken in terms of certain schemes, programs of the government, policies, etc., and so on and so forth. Then you will have to further deep dive into some of them. Say for example, National Cyber Security Policy of 2013 is something that you need to pay a bit of attention to understand what are the salient features of this policy and what are some of the criticisms of this policy, right? Once you have done all of this, then you need to be aware of what are some of the challenges in ensuring cyber security in India, how to ensure ensuring a secure cyberspace in India. So how do we ensure a secure cyberspace? There are several challenges that Indian government or we face as a country, and then you need to prepare what is the way ahead. Okay, what are some of the things that need to be done in future in order to make India a country which is secure from the cyberspace perspective. Also, you need to give a bit of importance on the international conventions, international law and international initiatives, right? For example, you need to know about the Budapest Convention, etc., and so on and so forth. So you need to be aware of those things as well. This is the whole gamut of things that you need to prepare in order to be ready to encounter any kind of question that UPSC will pose in front of you from the topic of basics of cyber security. This year specifically, the question was from this particular area where they asked about cyber crimes. So let us try to have a look at the question, and then we will try to understand what exactly should have been our response to the question. I'll give you a couple of minutes, especially for the ones, those who have not written the paper this year. You give a couple of minutes to understand and read what could your response possibly be to this question. It's a 150 word marker, it's a 10 marker, it's a 150 words maximum word limit. So there is not a lot of scope to write a lot of things. Okay, you have to sum up your answer as quickly as possible, writing as many dimensions and writing a comprehensive answer. Okay, so let's have a look at the question. It says that discuss the different types of cyber crimes. You have to discuss the different types of cyber crimes and what are the measures that are needed to be taken to fight this menace. What are the measures that are needed to be taken to fight this menace, and what are the different types of cyber crimes, right? So this is the question that UPSC has posed in front of us, a 10 marker 150 words question. I am not going to talk about whether the question was easy or difficult right now, but what I want you to do is take a couple of minutes and think what could possibly your response be to this particular question? What could your response be? Where it says that you have to discuss different types of cyber crimes. So you have to talk about different types of cyber crimes in your answer. And second thing is, you also need to talk about the measures needed to combat cyber crimes. This is a 150 word marker, so the emphasis has to be that can we write maximum number of points, maximum number of dimensions in the least possible time and still answer the question properly, right? So these are the two things which have to be answered in the question. I hope that all of you have identified that. Now, when we move further into the question, what could be a possible introduction to this question, sir? Because this has to be written in body, this has to be written in body, there will be some kind of a conclusion where we will perhaps talk about what are some of the initiatives that have been taken by the government, or we will talk about what are the initiatives that are needed to be taken in the future, etc. and so on and so forth. Or maybe we could talk about some of the challenges with respect to combating cyber crimes in India. But what could be a possible introduction to this particular question? What could be a possible introduction? Can some of you provide me answers, inputs on what could be there possibly in introduction to this question? This is a good chance for you to tell me what you think and then maybe get a feedback, right? What could be a possible introduction to such a question? Always remember one thing, I have always keep repeating this, that an introduction should be such that when the examiner reads your introduction, he or she should know what the question is about. He or she should understand what the question is about, right? What is the intent of the question should be clear to the examiner upon reading your introduction. So Sejul is saying that, sir, I will provide the meaning and the importance of cybercrime. Great, that's a very good approach, right? You could be talking about the how do you define cyber crimes, that is, you write some definition of cyber crimes, and you then also talk about the importance, I won't say importance, I would say the significance of increasing cyber crimes in today's times. Or you could be talking about some instances of cyber crimes, right? You could talk about that recently there were a large number of people, those who were involved in phishing, were caught in so and so area and so on by so and so police or something like that. Or maybe you could give some statistic from a particular report, right? Or you could be citing down just simply the definition of cyber crime, and you could be talking about the importance of cyber crime or importance of cyber security for a country such as India, which is so developed, which is so dependent on technology for its economic purposes, etc. and so on and so forth. So what is the definition of cyber crime? See, cyber crime is any illegal act. Okay, try to understand very simple thing. What exactly is cyber crime? It is any illegal act where the computer or a computing device is either a tool or the target. If you perform a conventional crime, such as, let's say, theft or robbery or any other kind of conventional crime, maybe even terrorism, in such a case, when you use computer as a tool to commit that particular crime, then it would be called as cyber crime. But not just that, but when a computer or a computing device or network or some information is the target as well, would also be called as a cyber crime. This is the simplest possible definition of cyber crime that you can give. Some of my students in my class, I also told them that in the Information Technology Act of 2000, the term cyber crime has not been defined. There is no definition of the term cyber crime in the Information Technology Act of 2000. Perhaps one can write about that as well, because this is a very broad term which encompasses a lot of things. Once you have talked about cyber crime, then you talk about that in today's time cyber crimes have become a significant menace to the society. And maybe you could give a percentage, like there was a report recently which came out which said that if cyber crimes are not stopped, then it would start affecting a country's GDP from almost 1 to 4%. 1 to 4% of a country's GDP would get affected as a result of cyber crimes occurring in the economy. So you could give something like that as a data in order to substantiate what is the importance of cyber crime. Then you will have to talk about different types of cyber crimes and maybe discuss each one of them in a line or a two. What could be possible different cyber crimes that you could be mentioning about? Can you people tell me what are the types of cyber crimes which you can mention in your answer? What are some of the types of cyber crimes which you can discuss in your answer, which you can mention in your answer? Can you tell me quickly? Types of cyber crimes that you could be mentioning in your answers. Okay, good. So there is an answer that has come in: cyber defamation, online abuse, bank fraud, etc. Great. So see, you could write about phishing. I hope that you people know what phishing is. When you get these mails that you have won $1 billion from the Coca-Cola, or that Bill Gates is giving away some of his fortune to you people without doing anything in life, then that is nothing but that's phishing, because they are sending you a malicious link and a fraud website on which you will file or send your important information, which could be a personal information, financial information, which would be then used to commit a crime. So phishing could be one. You could be talking about identity theft, right? Identity theft is something that you could be talking about. And do remember, as I told you, you could be mentioning some of the sections of the IT Act as well. Say for example, here you could mention about section 66 of the IT Act. See, these things have to be prepared. तैयारी करनी पड़ती है. ऐसा नहीं होता कि अपने आप एग्जामिनेशन में आ जाता है, सर मेरे को तो पता ही नहीं था, ये नहीं पता था तो पता करो. तभी मैंने बोला कि जब आप साइबर क्राइम्स पढ़ें, साइबर थ्रेट्स पढ़ें, ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड देम इन कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ द आईटी एक्ट ऑफ 2000. ओके, सो आइडेंटिटी थेफ्ट कुड बी देयर, फिशिंग कुड बी देयर, देन यू कुड टॉक अबाउट चाइल्ड पोर्नोग्राफी, dissemination of child pornography. You could give example of cyber stalking. 376D of the IPC also now talks about cyber stalking, that you are trying to send unsolicited message to someone and so on and so forth. So that is another thing that you could be giving example of. You could give example of denial of service attack, and you will have to give examples. Okay, you will have to substantiate with some current affairs example कि Zomato का ये fraud हो गया था, HSBC का ये fraud हो गया था, इसकी ये वेबसाइट हैक हो गई थी, ये हो गया था, वो हो गया था. So you will have to give examples. You will have to give examples of hacking, right? Breaking into someone's system and then getting unauthorized access to their information, data, etc. and so on and so forth. So you could give example of hacking. Yes, Suresh, you can mention example of ransomware, right? So there are several of these cyber crimes which you could be mentioning about, and there are a number of them. Okay, online gambling could be one, sale of illegal items could be one. All these kind of things could be mentioned as cyber crimes. Once you've explained them, very easy, nothing, no rocket science about it. The next part of it is that what are the measures needed to combat this menace? What measures are needed to combat this menace? So let's try to understand what you could be writing in this part. Now see, try to understand one thing. I always say that try to relate one part of your answer to the other part of your answer. So between the first part, that is the introduction, and between the second part, that is the types of cyber crime, there was already a link. Now how do you link types of cyber crimes to the menace or combating the menace? You say that it is really crucial to combat this problem of cyber crimes because of the kind of tremor waves it could send into a country's economy or whatever, or something like that you could write down. And then you mention, therefore, some of the steps that are needed to be taken to combat this menace are as follows. Try to relate the two parts of your answer, try to make the answer as organic and as fluid as possible. Okay. Now, what you need to then talk about is what are the measures needed to combat this menace. Now, here, what I would suggest to you people is, of course, you people may have your own ideas to go about doing this, and this is a very, this is going to vary a lot from one aspirant to another. Some aspirants will simply start writing जैसे जैसे दिमाग में आता रहेगा 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, which in my opinion is not the best strategy. What you should ideally do is you should divide this, bucket this, maybe make a diagram also. Okay, so one diagram that you could make is measures needed to combat cyber crimes, and I will draw a diagram. Okay, I will draw a diagram and then I will explain some of these finer points of this in the text. So what I could talk about is that there are certain institutional measures that are required. There are certain legal measures that are required. There are certain measures that are required to be taken at the individual level. Right? So try to break this down. What are the measures needed to combat cyber crimes? For example, in legal, you could be talking about that there are a large number of glaring loopholes that exist in the present day act. That is, the Information Technology Act of 2000 was originally not supposed to be combating against cyber crimes. The intention of the IT Act 2000 was not to combat cyber crimes in the country. So there is basically some kind of a loophole. So IT Act was originally not meant for combating cyber crime. The purpose was very different. The purpose was to regulate e-retail in India and B2B contracts in India. So not meant for combating cyber crimes. So you could talk about this. So there are certain changes that are required in the law. Then similarly, you could talk about that at individual level there are certain steps to be taken. People should be made aware. People should be incentivized to install firewalls and antiviruses on their computer systems. Perhaps there is a requirement of bringing in an attitudinal change in the private sector as well. So how do you incentivize the private sector to take up several cyber security measures, etc.? We perhaps need to do a whole lot of research on cyber crimes and come up with newer technologies in order to identify cyber crimes at an early stage and combat them effectively. Institutional, perhaps there is a requirement to create more institutions or strengthen the existing institutions. Say for example, we have National Critical Infrastructure Information Protection Center, NCIIPC. Perhaps there is a requirement to further strengthen this. So these are some of the measures that you could be mentioning. Okay, there are number of measures, and that's why I said that there is no point of me telling you that these measures should be taken. आप IT Act के बारे में लिखिएगा, incentivizing private sector के बारे में लिखिएगा, you talk about increasing individual awareness, you talk about increasing the enforcement of the ensuring the effective implementation of the law that exists already, right? You need to be talking about upgrading the skills of the police forces, of the various security agencies, so that they understand cyber crimes. There is a requirement to have surveillance systems installed across the network. You could be talking about something like a Netra. So this is an excellent opportunity for you to write down whatever you know about cyber crimes, because this is a very open-ended kind of a question. You can make as many dimensions as you want to and then write down the measures needed to combat cyber crimes, right? So once you have mentioned the measures that are needed to combat cyber crimes, don't go into unnecessary detail and analysis, etc. Now, the way you could conclude the answer, the way conclusion could be provided. See, if you look at it, introduction would have already taken around 20 to 30 words of yours. The types of cyber crimes would have, even if you would have written, let's say 5 cyber crimes, it would have taken almost 50 words. So you had gone with 80 words. If you would have written the measures needed to combat cyber crimes, that would have again taken 50-60 words more of yours. So there would have been only 10-15 words that would have been left for conclusion. So you need to be smart about writing the conclusion here. Okay. So what could be a possible conclusion that I could be writing here, sir? See, there are a number of things you could be writing. One, you could be talking about some upcoming scheme of the government of India, some upcoming initiative of the government of India. If some of you would have spent the time to read the last year paper, you could have talked about the Cyber Dome project only that came in last year's paper, which UPSC was trying to judge the aspirants on. So you could mention about the the upcoming initiatives. Maybe that is one approach. Second approach could be that you could be talking about that what are some of the things that are needed to be done in future. And what is lacking right now as far as our efforts in combating cyber crimes are concerned? So what are the efforts that are needed to be done in future or needed to be taken in future, right? That is another thing that you could be talking about. You could even finish on a positive, note, where you could say that if we are able to combat cyber crimes effectively, then it will be able to spur in a new era of technology resolution and bring in a digital revolution, and the fourth industrial revolution, etc. could be brought in. So those kind of things. So point I am trying to say is that this answer marks will vary a lot, because I can guarantee the question is so open-ended, it is not very objective in nature. Every aspirant will try to write the answer in their own ways for this particular question. Okay. Any questions or any doubts that you people may have related to the question that I just discussed? You can send it to the class coordinators, you can send it on the chat, and I can take it up. Please don't ask questions which are out of context. If I am teaching something here and then you say कि sir वो वाला topic कैसे prepare करना है sir वो कहाँ से पढ़ेंगे sir वो पढ़ेंगे नहीं. सोचो समझदार लोगों, जब आपसे कोई क्वेश्चन पूछा जाए तो उसके कॉन्टेक्स्ट में ही अपने को आंसर करना है, ना कि कहीं से भी मतलब कुछ भी पूछ के हमें क्वेश्चन पूछना है. Any questions that you people have, I will just check the chat also. Maybe if there are any questions on the chat, I will see. Okay, any question? Okay, yeah, so what could be the sources which could be referred for this particular part? Good thing, right? So I'll tell you what could be the possible sources from which you could prepare the topic of cyber security. See, first and foremost, I would suggest that if you were to prepare for the topic of internal security, it will be good that if you can get the notes of some coaching class, at least to understand that what all has to be prepared, so that you don't miss out on something which the other students are preparing, कि ऐसा ना हो कि आप कुछ miss out कर दो अपनी preparation में. ठीक है, तो पहली बात तो आप वो refer कर लो. You can get my handwritten notes only on floating somewhere on Telegram, or you may be able to get them on the the photocopy shops, etc. So that is one. Second thing what you could do is that you will have to then start preparing for internal security on the basis of reports, on the basis of newspaper editorials, articles, etc. Some people ask me that, sir, are there any good books that have been written for internal security? My answer will be no, because the books that have been written are absolutely rubbish. They are a copy paste of the reports of government, and there is contextual clarity which is lacking in them. They have written a lot of gibberish which does not have any relevance for the examination, and it is important that you stick to what is required for the examination. Another source that you could possibly refer is the Vision IS value added material. We have revised it very recently for internal security. It is widely available everywhere, so you could be using that as well. Now, what are the sources apart from that? If I were to do complete self-study on my own, well, in that case, what you could do is that for cyber security, there is an IDSA report that exists. You could be referring that. There is a Niti Aayog study also that came out regarding the cyber security and cyber crimes in India. You could be referring that as well. There is a study by KPMG as well that has been done on cyber crimes in India. You could be referring it. Okay. But of course, this is a time consuming process. This is going to take time for you to prepare. Another good way to prepare would be that you go and refer the previous year questions, and you refer the test series questions, and once you have referred the test series questions and the previous year questions, most of your dimensions would have already been covered. Try to cover previous year questions for 5 years, in fact from 2013 onwards, and for the test series you can refer last 2 years of test series and questions of internal security. बस ज़्यादा तो नहीं होगा, वो कर लीजिए आप, मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको ऑलरेडी सब कुछ वैसे ही हो जाएगा. Anyway, so this is what I just wanted to address in terms of source. Any other question that you people have? Any other question in your mind? Okay, fine. So let's start. Okay, now let's go to the next question. Next question is also a 10 marker. It's a 115 words maximum word limit. The question says that for effective border area management, discuss the steps that are required to be taken to deny local support to militants, and also suggest ways to manage favorable perception among locals. See, there are two parts of the question and I will try to explain them very quickly. There are two things. Which one it says is that for effective border area management, what can be the steps that can be taken to deny local support to the militants? So see, in border areas we have seen that militants thrive and survive largely because there is one element that goes missing from the security agency's perspective, that is the local support that is available to the militants for their operations. Now there are several reasons for this. Only when you know the reasons for why people support militants would you be able to understand what are the steps that are required to be denying the support to the militant. So आपको पहले तो पता होना चाहिए reasons क्या हैं, what are the reasons. अगर आपको reasons पता है ना तो आप इसके आंसर अपने आप लिख दोगे, what are the steps that are needed to be taken to deny support to the militant. बहुत सिंपल है. So this is one. एक तो ये पता होना चाहिए, अगर ये पता है तो फिर ये वाला पोर्शन बहुत आसानी से आंसर हो जाएगा. This can be answered very easily once you know this. Second part of the question is that you have to also suggest ways to manage favorable perception among locals. How do we improve the perception among the locals? Locals के among किस तरीके से perception को improve किया जाए? Okay, so let's try to understand this. This is a very good question that has been framed by UPSC. This is something that you could not always prepare in advance, even though to my students I did tell them about some of the things related to border management, village volunteer force, village development committees, etc., involvement of the community, community participation in border management, etc., and border area development scheme, bringing in more economic development in these areas. These are some of the things that you could have written. But I'll be very honest, if someone says that, sir, did you tell your student that this question will come in the examination? No, it was not possible. But what I did was that I prepared them from all the ends to tackle a question like this by understanding that what could be the requirement or what could be the reasons because of which the militants are being supported by the local population. Once you address that, then things become very easy. So let's try to understand that. What are the reasons because of which the locals end up supporting the militants? So first and foremost, अगर आपको reasons पता है तो मैंने अभी क्या बार बार बोला कि reasons पता है तो हम उसके response भी दे सकते हैं, measures भी दे सकते हैं. So what are the reasons? See, first and foremost is under development. Economic development has not happened properly in these areas, and there are lack of economic opportunities. Lack of economic opportunities. Because there are lack of economic opportunities, people are not seeking enough. People are not able to get enough for their needs. As a result, they have started to therefore involve themselves in such activities. ठीक है, तो ये अपने आप को लोग इस तरीके की activities में involve करना शुरू कर देते हैं because of underdevelopment, because of lack of economic opportunities, etc. That is one. Second reason that you need to understand why local support is available to the militants is because at times there is a propaganda that has been spread by the militants. The propaganda machinery that has been used by the militants to get the support of the locals. Third, you could talk about is how they are also coerced and pressurized by the militants, to support them. Okay, so this is the third reason that you need to be knowing. ये अभी मैं बोल रहा हूं कि reasons क्या होने चाहिए, अभी हम आंसर डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे हैं, आंसर के अंदर इसका यूज आएगा. ठीक है, so underdevelopment, lack of economic opportunities, then propaganda machinery of the militants, then at a lot of times these people are coerced. I hope that you know the meaning of coerced, that they are pressurized, they are forced into doing certain activities by the militants. Then another reason which you need to understand is the unfavorable opinion about security forces. There is an unfavorable opinion about security forces. You could be talking about that there is a trust deficit that exists between the security forces and between the people. Right? ये कुछ reasons हैं. अब आपने reasons identify कर लिए तो you will be easily able to identify what should be the steps also that should be taken, right? So क्या जब reasons identify कर लिए तो steps किस तरीके से लिखने हैं? Underdevelopment and lack of economic opportunities. Perhaps there is a need to spur the economic opportunities and economic activities in these areas. So what could be the ways in order to do that? किस तरीके से हम इकोनॉमिक अपॉर्चुनिटीज बढ़ा सकते हैं, किस तरीके से हम वहां पे डेवलपमेंट कर सकते हैं. यू कुड टॉक अबाउट बॉर्डर एरिया डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम, यू कुड टॉक अबाउट सेटिंग अप ऑफ बॉर्डर हार्ट्स, you could talk about the creation of integrated check posts to enable the easy and the hassle-free movement of the goods and the services across the border, right? So underdevelopment and lack of economic opportunities वगैरह के related आप ये लिख सकते हो. Maybe there you could talk about skilling of the youth could be done so that youth could be weaned into activities such as economic opportunities essentially and not be attracted towards these things. Then how do you counter the propaganda machinery, right? So there is a requirement for the government also to take certain steps on this particular on this particular what do you say, on this particular front. So there is a launch of a massive communication campaign that should be done by the government. Then at times they are coerced by the militants. You could also be talking about that they are lured by the militants also at a lot of times. So in order to check them, it is important that if there is any person who has been supporting militants or is found to be supporting militants, strictest possible action should be taken against them. Then you could also be talking about that it is a real important thing to keep a vigil and surveillance on some of the unwanted elements entering into the villages, into the bordering areas, and keeping a very close eye on them, establishing some surveillance network in these areas, right? That is another thing you could be mentioning. Then you could be talking about unfavorable opinion of the security forces. See, a lot of times people look at the security forces in the border areas who are called as border guarding forces also, BGF. They look at them very unfavorably. Why do they look at them unfavorably? Because the role of the border guarding forces is such that they are very restrictive in nature, and their role is such that they are trying to always regulate things. So no one wants to be stopped by anyone, and locals look at these border guarding forces as coming from outside and not knowing the culture and the region, and still trying to impose their own ideas and trying to curb the freedom of these people which they don't like. So you need to mention that now. But the question is कि sir introduction में क्या लिखेंगे हम? What should we be writing in introduction? So see, there are 2-3 introduction ideas that I can possibly get right now. One introduction idea is that you talk about the extent of the support which is being provided to the militants by the local population in some of the bordering areas of India, because of which India's security has been put at threat. You could talk about that in the recent times there have been several attacks that have been committed that could possibly not have been committed without the support of the local population. So this is a serious problem. One is that. Second way you could basically be talking about is, you could talk about that how the militant activities, how the border management is not something which is related only to the creation of infrastructure. Border management does not relate to only creation of or erection of surveillance cameras, erection of surveillance devices, but it also means creating a strong human network in order to preserve your country's borders and in order to preserve the integrity of your country. And once you mention that, then you talk about that in the recent times we have seen that how militants are being supported by the local population. So some of the steps that are needed to be taken are this and this. So you mention, say for example, communication channel has to be set up, border area development program, skilling, etc., and so on and so forth, and all of these things can be mentioned as activities by you there in this particular question. I hope that this is clear to you people, and there is no doubt which is there in your mind, right? ये clear होना चाहिए सबको, इसके अंदर कोई भी तरीके का ज्यादा डाउट या कोई दिक्कत होने की जरूरत नहीं होनी चाहिए. इसके अंदर एक दो चीजें मैंने और लिखी थी, आई हैव रिटन देम समवेयर. यस, व्हाट यू कुड बी टॉकिंग अबाउट इज, हाँ, फिर उसके बाद क्वेश्चन आता है दैट यू हैव टू टॉक अबाउट द वेज टू मैनेज द फेवरेबल परसेप्शन अमंग द लोकल्स. हाउ कैन यू मैनेज फेवरेबल परसेप्शन अमंग द लोकल्स? ये दूसरा क्वेश्चन है. व्हाट आर द वेज टू मैनेज फेवरेबल परसेप्शन अमंग्स द लोकल? देखिए इसके लिए बहुत सिंपल है. देयर आर नंबर ऑफ थिंग्स दैट यू कैन राइट. ओके, वन इज दैट द बॉर्डर गार्डिंग फोर्सेस शुड शो respect for local customs and habits. there is a requirement to sensitize them to the local customs and the culture and the tradition, etc. Second thing is that there should be a clear communication that should be established between the people and between the security forces, where the security forces should clearly communicate for what reasons restrictions are being imposed and for how long the restrictions would be there on the movement, etc. in the border areas in case of some internal security threat which is impending on India's internal security. So that is the second thing. You could also be talking about the third thing that you could be talking about is the civic action program. How you can involve the community, how you can involve the security forces in development of the border areas through civic action program. You could be talking about the development of village development communities in the border areas, something which is being done very actively now. And what these village development committees would also do is that these village development committees would keep a strict vigil on the areas that have been allotted to them, and they will be providing a surveillance and inputs to the security agencies regarding these particular areas. They could also be talking about some of the subversive activities that are being carried out by the enemy in these particular areas. They could report any kind of illegal activity happening in these areas. In fact, this could be an introduction also that you could return to the answer, where you could have mentioned that the people, local population in the border areas are the eyes and the ears of the security forces. This could be very clearly seen from what happened during the 1999 Kargil war, where we came to know of the invasion and intrusion and infiltration into our border areas on our border post when it was reported by some shepherds in Ladakh to the government. जब security agencies को shepherds ने बताया तब पता चला हमें. So they are the first line of defense. They are the sentinels. They are the real protectors of our borders. They are the first line of defense. There is a requirement to create what is called as village volunteer force in villages, where people would volunteer to be the ears and the eyes of the security forces so as to keep the border areas secure from the enemy, right? You could talk about how there could be communication that could be established by holding certain regular meetings, maybe periodic meetings on a monthly or a bi-monthly or a quarterly basis with the village community of the border guarding forces in order to understand their concerns, what are the requirements which are supposed to be taken care of, etc. Then there is a need to change in the very nature of the civilian administration also in these areas, make it more proactive, make it more responsive to the needs of the people, develop infrastructure in these areas, develop some economic opportunities for these people so that these people are not weaned away by the militants and are lured by the militants and sell the country for a few hundred rupees, right? So these are some of the things that you could be talking about, that some assistance could be provided during the the medical emergency times, etc. to the local population by the border guarding forces, right? And there should be strict adherence to law also that should be done. There should be zero tolerance for any kind of corruption, bribery existing in these areas. तो इस तरीके से आप लिख सकते हो और फिर finally आप conclude कर सकते हो कि ये बहुत ही एक important चीज है. This has supposed to be done properly. If this is not done properly, then the country's security gets affected, etc. and so on and so forth. You could give example of Kargil war also to end. So whichever way you want to end the answer, you could be ending this particular question. So this is a very simple question again, okay. The second question also that was asked from internal security topic this year was a relatively very simple question. Any questions that you people may have very quickly, otherwise I will proceed ahead. Any questions? Let's see. Any questions? Someone is saying that, sir, can't we move them somewhere else? Well, I mean, you could move them somewhere else, but then who will be there in the border areas? They will become deserted. And your border guarding forces also require some local population for their survival and for a number of other activities that they are supposed to carry out. Okay? Someone saying that, sir, is it necessary to read a particular book? See, Viraj, that book in my opinion is absolute trash. So it won't really serve the purpose and you will end up wasting a lot of time reading things which are not relevant for the examination. Yes, so someone is saying media can play incentive role. Yes, very good. You can talk about, a very strong media campaign that could be launched. You could be talking about several initiatives. I mean, the sky is the limit in this particular question to write things. Okay, और कोई चीज? Okay, चलो आगे चलते हैं. Let's move now to 19th question. This is the second last question. So what are the determinants of left wing extremism in eastern part of India? Okay, what are the causes basically of the rise of left wing extremism in the eastern part of India? Secondly, it says that what strategy should government of India, civilian administration and security forces adopt to counter the threat in affected areas? इससे ज्यादा सिंपल क्वेश्चन नक्सलिज्म पे यूपीएससी ने पिछले 6 साल में पूछा ही नहीं है. दिस इज द सिंपलेस्ट क्वेश्चन दैट हैज बीन आस्क्ड इन लास्ट 6-7 years. What you have to talk about is what are the causes for rise of left wing extremism in eastern part of India, and then you have to talk about what strategy should be adopted by 3 different players. One is government of India, second one is civilian administration, and the third one is the security forces. These are the 3 which have to be answered here. Okay, so let's try to see if there are any other question. Yeah, so someone is saying that OP Chaudhary sir's lecture was very useful on vision IS for Naxalism. Yes, it indeed was. He is someone who has served extensively in the Naxal affected areas and understands what is required in the Naxal affected areas to be done. ठीक है, तो चलिए अब इसके अंदर क्या बात करेंगे. सी सबसे पहले तो इंट्रोडक्शन में क्या लिखेंगे सर, because this is a 250 word question, we have to be very careful about writing a good introduction. What could be written? See, you can talk about left wing extremism. What exactly left wing extremism is? You could say that left wing extremism is the extremism which started in India in the year 1967 in Naxalbari. It is a form of extremism that is inspired from the left wing ideology, where they want to establish a communist state for themselves. They believe that the present system of the society has not yielded the results that were desired. So left wing extremism has been a major menace. ऐसा कुछ करके आप left wing extremism के related कुछ statistics लिख सकते हो. You could talk about that presently the extent of left wing extremism in India has reduced significantly as per the recent report which has been released by Ministry of Home Affairs. It is at its all-time lowest in India today. You could maybe talk about some incident also related to left wing extremist activities in eastern India in the recent time, something that you may recollect. उससे भी introduction कर सकते हो. Of course, as I said, you could be beginning with definition and the origin of Naxalism in India. Origin of Naxalism in India, right? तो ये आप mention कर सकते हो. You could start from some quote also. If you people would know the quote of Dr. Manmohan Singh that he made in 2006, where he said that Naxalism is the gravest internal security threat that faces India today. So you could be mentioning something like that also. So there are various ways in which you could introduce this particular answer by talking about the origin or by talking about the incident or some statistic related to left wing extremism. Now you say that this problem of Naxalism started from eastern India in West Bengal and eventually spread to the rest of the country. But the reasons in eastern India and in rest of the country remain to be largely the same. Yet some of the specific reasons because of which the determinants of rise of left wing extremism in the eastern parts of India are as follows. तो क्या reasons लिख सकते हो? कि सबसे पहले तो आप land related issues लिखिएगा. Whether it is eviction, whether it is displacement, whether it is the the grabbing of the land by the money lenders and by the zamindars. Okay, so you could be talking about land related issues. It could be related to eviction that has been done by the money lenders and the landlords. It could be related to displacement due to various infrastructural projects that are coming up in these areas, right? You could also be talking about how there is mining that is happening in these areas, and as a result the ecology is getting destroyed, people are being displaced and they were never restored to their areas properly, and therefore they lost confidence in the government of India. Okay, they lost confidence in the local administration. So that is one. Second aspect that you could be mentioning apart from land related issues is underdevelopment. economic poverty in these areas. These areas are severely underdeveloped. These areas, there are no medical facilities, health facilities, sanitation facilities, educational facilities are greatly affected. So that could be another reason. Third, you could talk about is the social inequality that exists in these areas is also one of the major reasons because of which Naxalism came up. I don't know how many of you have seen that movie Dashrath Manji. In that movie, what happens is that one of the protagonists, that is Nawazuddin Siddiqui, his brother, he comes back a few years later after he has been mistreated by the zamindar as a Naxalite, and then he burns the village of the zamindar. So there is social inequality also that exists in the society. There is a lot of class and caste violence that takes place in eastern part of India, in response to which various groups have come up, and even Naxalites have taken the sides of the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes and the OBC community have lent a lot of support to the Naxalites or have joined the ranks of the Naxalites because of the kind of social oppression that they have faced in the past. Okay, so this is another reason that you could give. Then you could be writing some more reasons. You could be talking about misgovernance as well, or you could talk about vacuum of governance, as Jairam Ramesh would put it. He says that there is a vacuum of governance in these areas. There are no officers, those who are wanting to serve there. Teachers don't want to go there. We have completely left these areas on their own. There is absolutely no interest which is being shown in these areas, because of which again these people become sitting ducks, waited to be devoured by the Naxalites, because Naxalites look at them कि अरे इनको तो बहुत आसानी से indoctrinate कर लेंगे, ये लोग तो वैसे ही बड़े परेशान हैं सरकार से, and government has not done anything for them in so many years. Now we can easily wean them away and we can win them over to our side, and then they will start supporting us, they will join us, right? So these are some of the reasons that you could be mentioning. Okay, there are again a number of reasons which could be mentioned here as well. You could, for example, talk about that how how forest rights have not been respected. Forest rights have not been granted. Title on the land has not been granted. There is corruption in the machinery. There is absolute absence of governance. There is absolute, apathy that exists towards the economic development of these areas. All of these things could be written as determinants of rise of the left-wing extremism in eastern part of India. You could also be talking about that how some of these areas are having such a climatic zone that that agriculture is not possible properly, right? These are mineral rich regions and where illegal mining mafia has come up, etc. and so on and so forth. So that story also you could be writing in this particular answer. एक बार ये लिख दिया, फिर इसमें आता है कि भाई what strategy should be taken by the government of India, civil administration and the security forces. क्या स्ट्रैटेजी होनी चाहिए इन तीनों प्लेयर्स की, वो लिखना है. कुछ ज्यादा नहीं है, बहुत ज्यादा इसके अंदर सोचने का तो है नहीं. दिस इज समथिंग दैट शुड हैव बीन प्रिपेयर्ड बाय यू ऑलरेडी बिफोर द एग्जामिनेशन. ये आपको ऑलरेडी प्रिपेयर्ड होना चाहिए था. तो इसमें आप जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के रिस्पेक्ट में लिखोगे व्हाट स्टेप्स कुड बी टेकन, राइट? You could talk about state security forces, that there is a requirement to upgrade them, capacity building should happen, identification of some of the most motivated individuals and formation of a new group or a battalion, say for example Greyhounds of Andhra Pradesh you could give example of, right? Then you also need to talk about other things with security forces. Security forces need to ensure that there is proper coordination among the various states. There is a requirement to bring in the coordination between the various states, etc. and so on and so forth. There is a requirement to bring in a sensitivity training among the members of the security forces so that they do not mistreat the locals, they understand the context of the locals, they understand the cultures and the traditions of the locals, etc. So that is another thing that you could be mentioning. You could also be talking about that how there is a requirement to introduce more technology for surveillance purposes, drones, etc. and so on and so forth could also be brought in by the security forces for surveillance in these areas. You could talk about improving the intelligence network, human intelligence network, surveillance has to be improved through various technology as well as human means. Then you could be talking about civilian administration. Civilian administration में क्या लिख सकते हो? You could talk about the fast tracking of the digitization of land records so that land claims can be easily recognized and people can be given their rights. Also ensuring that the pending cases that are there of the approval under the Forest Rights Act, etc., also have to be expedited. That is also something there. Then you could talk about that how the civilian administration needs to utilize the civil society and the NGOs more in the development of these areas, because they have a greater trust established with the people, right? There is a requirement to establish a link between coordination between security forces and civilian administration as well, because at times we have seen that both of them are not in sync with each other, so there is a requirement to bring them also in sync with each other. तो इस तरीके की चीजें लिखनी है. गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के लिए भी आप फिर लिख सकते हो कि स्टेट लेवल के ऊपर, सेंट्रल लेवल के ऊपर देयर इज अ रिक्वायरमेंट टू हैव अ कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटजी. वी नीड टू हैव डिप्लोमैटिक एफर्ट्स गोइंग ऑन विद नेपाल सो दैट the cross border sort of training of these Naxalites and Maoists does not take place in Nepal. So these kind of things can be written by you. Okay, there is a requirement to build a consensus on a nationwide surrender strategy, and how do we upgrade the state security forces. Perhaps there is a requirement for the central government to provide more sources, more funds to the states. So these kind of things can be written by you in this particular answer. I hope that this is clear. There was absolutely nothing in this answer that you could not have written. You could have started off by talking about the extent of Naxalism. You could have started about by talking about the court. You could have started by talking about some incident related to Naxalism in the recent years, and this answer would have been a cakewalk. Very, very simple question. I don't see a lot of variation happening in this particular question in the examination this year. Now, before I move on to the next question, which is also related to border management, just like question number 11, question number 10, I just want to bring to your notice what all has to be prepared in this particular topic of left-wing extremism. See, I can't be going into all the topics, all the possible area of which can be asked by UPSC in the internal security question, but I am still giving you an idea of some of the topics. Left-wing extremism के अंदर क्या क्या प्रिपेयर करना है और क्या क्या सोर्सेज होंगे. देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको सोर्सेज की बात बता देता हूं. इन सोर्सेज यू कैन रेफर द सेकंड ARC. देयर इज अ चैप्टर ऑन नक्सलिज्म व्हिच इज देयर. It's not a lot, so you can read it from there. Another source, very good source to read this, is the Bandyopadhyay Committee report. There was a planning commission report. There was an expert group of the planning commission, and they came out with a report on combating Naxalism, I think in the year 2007 or 2008, that still remains relevant to a large extent with respect to India. तो उसको आप एक बार रेफर कर सकते हो, right? Then what could be the other sources? और क्या sources रेफर किए जा सकते हैं? सर, पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की कुछ रिपोर्ट्स है इसके रिगार्डिंग, आप उनको रेफर कर सकते हो, राइट? आपको कुछ मटेरियल जो है वो IDSA की वेबसाइट पे मिल जाएगा. यू कुड रेफर दैट एज वेल. सम ऑफ द रिपोर्ट्स दैट आर अवेलेबल ऑन IDSA वेबसाइट also could be referred by you, right? And then of course you could be referring the value added material of vision. You could refer some of the written notes, all of those things. ठीक है, पहले तो ये हो गया सोर्सेस. अब इसमें थीम्स क्या क्या प्रिपेयर करनी है आपको. सबसे पहले तो ओरिजिन एंड एवोल्यूशन ऑफ नक्सलिज्म और लेफ्ट विंग एक्सट्रीमिज्म इन इंडिया, डेफिनेशन, ऑब्जेक्टिव, स्ट्रक्चर, functioning of the left-wing extremists in India, the phases in which they have operated, etc., and so on and so forth. So that is one. Then you also need to prepare the topic of what are the causes for rise of Naxalism. Then you need to be knowing about the present status of Naxalism. Then you need to know about steps taken by the government on various levels to deal with Naxalism, by central government, state government, so on and so forth. Then you need to talk about, you need to be prepared with what are the criticisms or shortcomings in government's approach of dealing with Naxalism. And then lastly, once all of these topics are done, what is the way ahead of dealing with Naxalism, and very importantly, what is the Andhra Pradesh model of combating Naxalism. These are some of the things that you need to prepare as a part of the topic of left-wing extremism and Naxalism for the examination. Please have a look at the previous year questions and you will understand things more. इसके अंदर एक एक चीज में आपको डिटेल में जाना पड़ेगा, ऊपर से नहीं करने से होगा सिर्फ. You will have to go into a bit of depth of these particular topics in order to get more marks from the examiner in these topics. Any questions that you people have? Any question? Any question? I'm waiting on the chat. If there is any question, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm moving to the next topic. Analyze the internal security threats and trans-border crimes along Myanmar, Bangladesh and Pakistan borders, including the line of control. Also discuss the role played by various security agencies in this regard. I mean, if my students would, I'm sure many of my students, when they would have seen this question, they would have been extremely happy, because somehow, fortunately or unfortunately, I taught them this topic this way only, of the border management country wise, कि country wise क्या क्या challenges हैं borders के ऊपर इंडिया के. तो उसी से related एक question देख लेते हैं. It says that analyze the internal security threats and trans-border crimes along Myanmar, Bangladesh and Pakistan border. So आपको analyze करना है security threats को break down. So what you have to basically do is पाकिस्तान border पे क्या challenges हैं और reasons क्या हैं, म्यांमार border पे क्या challenges हैं और reasons क्या हैं. What are the challenges that exist on Myanmar border with respect to internal security, trans-border crimes, etc. What are the challenges that exist on the Pakistan border, and what are the challenges that exist on the कौन सा है Bangladesh border. ठीक है जी, 3 are there. Now, how do you begin the answer? You can begin by writing about linking. You link border management with internal security, that how border management plays such a crucial role in determining the internal security challenges and the responses to those internal security challenges by a particular country. पहले तो आप इसको मेंशन करके आप इंट्रोडक्शन दे सकते हो, ठीक है. फिर आप बात कीजिए एक एक नेबर की. फॉर एग्जाम्पल म्यांमार, व्हाट वुड बी द थिंग्स यू वुड बी मेंशनिंग? See, Myanmar is a part of the Golden Triangle, and therefore it is one of the major sources of drugs and narcotics coming into India. Illegal trafficking of drugs is happening into India, and a whole lot of this is happening with the help of insurgent groups. ये सब लिखना बड़ा जरूरी है. Analysis पूछा है उसने. You have to analyze also. So you have to give a bit of information about what is the reason behind these particular security threats that are affecting these borders with our neighboring countries. तो आप इसके बारे में लिख सकते हो. Myanmar, Golden Triangle, drugs, narcotics, insurgent groups, etc. You could be talking about that there is an illegal arms trade also that is occurring on these borders. Then you could be talking about that there is a insurgent movement that is taking place in northeast India, and which is also getting supported by, because of the porous nature of the border that we have with Myanmar, where the movement of the people becomes very easy, and therefore a lot of these terrorists, they seek safe haven, seek refuge for themselves in Myanmar after committing their crimes in India. Or they have their terrorist camps, they have their insurgent training camps, they have their insurgent training camps in these areas. Arms trade is happening, narcotics trade is happening. You could also be talking about that how all of this is being added to because of the existence of the free movement regime on the Indo-Myanmar border. I hope all of you know about the free movement regime. If you do not, please search what is free movement regime on Indo-Myanmar border and how it is contributing to internal security threats on Indo-Myanmar border. Other thing that you could be mentioning about is that there is illegal smuggling of the items also which is happening here. There is flesh trade also which is occurring on India-Myanmar border. So these are some of the challenges that you could be mentioning. Then Bangladesh border, what are the major challenges? See, first and foremost is illegal migration, because of the difficulty of fencing the borders with Bangladesh, because of the kind of economic situation that exists in Bangladesh, because of the presence of porous borders that we have with Bangladesh, which are very difficult to guard. Then you could be talking about cattle smuggling. This is one major trouble that exists on Indo-Bangladesh border. Almost 1 lakh cattle are illegally smuggled from India to Bangladesh every year, thereby causing a great depletion of the natural resources to our country, as well as causing arousing of large sentiments among various sections of the society in India. So cattle smuggling is another thing that you could be mentioning. फिर और क्या लिख सकते हो? Same insurgency. Examples दीजिएगा यहाँ पर जितने हो सकते हैं. In insurgency you will give example of ULFA. Here you will give example of NSCN. You will give example of some of the other Manipuri groups as well. Similarly, you would be talking about Golden Triangle. बांग्लादेश के केस में आप इलीगल इमिग्रेशन की बात करोगे, जहां पे आप एक नंबर दे सकते हो दैट इट इज एस्टिमेटेड दैट देयर आर क्लोज टू 30 मिलियन illegal Bangladeshis in India, illegally residing 30 million illegal Bangladeshis in India. So you could be mentioning that as well, right? फिर और इंडो बांग्लादेश बॉर्डर के ऊपर क्या चैलेंज है? What else could you be mentioning about? You could be mentioning about again smuggling of gold, etc., and human trafficking. Major challenge on Indo-Bangladesh border. Human trafficking. Okay. Then Indo-Pakistan border, influx of fake Indian currency notes, narcotics coming in. फिर पाकिस्तान का दुनिया में सबसे बेस्ट एक्सपोर्ट, टेररिस्ट, इन्फिल्ट्रेशन. पाकिस्तान सबसे ज्यादा एक्सपोर्ट क्या करता है? इन्फिल्ट्रेटर्स. A country of infiltrators will only export infiltrators. No? Infiltrators, narcotics, fake Indian currency notes, narcotics especially along Indo-Punjab and the Indo-Pakistan border on Punjab or Indo-Pakistan border in Rajasthan, fake Indian currency notes, infiltration, frequent ceasefires that are taking place. So these ceasefire violations that are taking place, these are some of the things that you could be mentioning. फिर लिखा है, discuss the role played by various security agencies in this regard. So what you could do is, you could list down some of the security agencies. Maybe अगर मैं आपकी जगह होता तो मैं एक डायग्राम बना देता, मैं एक डायग्राम में एक टेबल सा बना देता और मैं एक टेबल के अंदर लिख देता कि कौन से बॉर्डर के ऊपर कौन सी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस डिप्लॉयड है. फॉर एग्जांपल BSF इज डिप्लॉयड ऑन इंडो पाकिस्तान एंड इंडो बांग्लादेश बॉर्डर. सिमिलरली आई वुड हैव रिटन दैट ITBP इट इज positioned on the Indo-China border. Then SSB इंडो नेपाल इंडो भूटान बॉर्डर, राइट. सिमिलरली ऐसे करते 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 मैं सबका लिख देता. फिर मैं लिखता कि रोल क्या है, व्हाट इज द रोल विच इज प्लेड बाय द वेरियस सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज. क्या रोल प्ले करती हैं वेरियस सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज. तो आप इसको भी फिर वही लिखिएगा. सर्वेलेंस करते हैं, दे आर इन्वॉल्व इन सर्वेलेंस. सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट तो सर्वेलेंस है. फिर इंटेलिजेंस कलेक्शन करते हैं, इंटेलिजेंस गैदरिंग करते हैं. दे आर इन्वॉल्व इन पेट्रोलिंग ऑफ दीज एरियाज. दे आर इन्वॉल्व इन सम रिलीफ डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन at times of calamity to the local population. They are also involved in the upgradation of infrastructure in these areas from time to time. They are also involved in the promotion of trade with the neighboring countries from time to time. Right? Movement of people and so. तो इस तरीके के आपको रोल लिखने होंगे. आप सबके एक साथ लिख दीजिएगा, बट वहां पर एक जरूर टेबल बना दीजिए और डू समथिंग लाइक दैट इन ऑर्डर टू टेल द एग्जामिनर दैट यू नो विच बॉर्डर हैज व्हाट सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस डिप्लॉयड वेयर एंड फॉर व्हाट पर्टिकुलर पर्पस. पर्पस तो सबका ऑलमोस्ट सबका सेम ही है, राइट. सो वहां पे आप बड़ी सारी चीजें लिख सकते हो. पेट्रोलिंग लिख सकते हो, कंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ स्कूल बिल्डिंग लिख सकते हो. ड्यूरिंग पीस टाइम दे आर ऑल्सो इन्वॉल्व इन प्रिवेंटिंग द ट्रांस बॉर्डर क्राइम. स्मगलिंग को चेक करना आप लिख सकते हो. They are also involved in fighting against the terrorists, counter terrorist operations, so and so forth. ये लिख सकते हो. When you have written all of this, then the question arises that sir हम कंक्लूजन में क्या लिखेंगे? कंक्लूजन में या तो आप थोड़े बहुत challenges लिख दीजिएगा what are related to border guarding forces in India, or you could write down about some of the recommendations of the committee of parliament on the border guarding forces and what should be done in order to improve their situation and to improve their status. Okay, so now the question is that sir ये सारा topic prepare कहां से होंगे? फिर वही बात आ जाती है बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट के लिए क्या सोर्सेज होने चाहिए सर, एंड व्हाट कुड बी द अप्रोच, जो आपने और टॉपिक्स के लिए जैसे अप्रोच बताई, तो क्या अप्रोच होनी चाहिए बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट के लिए. सो लेट मी टेल यू दैट क्विकली एंड देन लेट मी टेल यू दैट व्हाट टॉपिक्स कैन यू एक्सपेक्ट मोर इंपॉर्टेंटली फ्रॉम द पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ नेक्स्ट ईयर. तो बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट एक अगेन आपका टॉपिक है सिलेबस का, एज यू पीपल वुड नो. नक्सलिज्म वाला जो क्वेश्चन है दैट कम्स फ्रॉम द टॉपिक ऑफ लिंकेजेस बिटवीन डेवलपमेंट एंड स्प्रेड ऑफ एक्सट्रीमिज्म. ओके, अब बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट के टॉपिक के लिए सर हम क्या क्या और कहां कहां से प्रिपेयर करें सर, क्या क्या करें? देखिए, पहली बात तो ये कि आपको डेफिनेशन पता होनी चाहिए बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट की, इसके लिए आप गवर्नमेंट की रिपोर्ट्स देखिएगा. सेकेंडली, आप और क्या कर सकते हैं? यू कुड बी टॉकिंग अबाउट द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट, देन you should know about challenges of border management, then you should know about steps that have been taken for border management in India, border area development program, integrated comprehensive border management scheme, etc., and system, and so on and so forth. And you should know about what is the way ahead, and all of this should be done from the perspective of each and every neighboring country that we have, whether it is Sri Lanka, whether it is Pakistan, whether it is China, whether it is Myanmar, whether it is Bhutan, Nepal, etc., and so on and so forth. Also, when you are preparing, please do focus on preparing border management from the perspective of coastal security as well, because that is also a very crucial part of India's border management program, but not necessarily land border management. Okay, तो ये भी पोर्शन प्रिपेयर करना है. अब सर सोर्सेज क्या होंगे इसके? सोर्सेज के लिए सर एक तो IDSA की रिपोर्ट है, आप वो रेफर कर लीजिएगा, और दूसरा एक बहुत ही अच्छा सोर्स है कि 2017 में देयर वाज अ रिपोर्ट ऑफ पार्लियामेंट ऑन द बॉर्डर गार्डिंग फोर्सेज और समथिंग लाइक दैट. वो आप एक बार रिपोर्ट रेफर कर लीजिएगा पार्लियामेंट की. मैं आपको रिपोर्ट का नाम भी बता देता हूं एग्जैक्ट. आई विल जस्ट टेल यू द नेम ऑफ द रिपोर्ट. या इट्स डिपार्टमेंट रिलेटेड पार्लियामेंट डिपार्टमेंट रिलेटेड पार्लियामेंट्री स्टैंडिंग कमिटी ऑन होम अफेयर्स, and the report was titled Border Security Capacity Building and Institutions. Okay, so that is another resource that you could be referring from this. ठीक है जी. अब क्या क्वेश्चन सर इस बार क्या नई टॉपिक्स कवर किए जो कि आपको लगता है नेक्स्ट ईयर के लिए बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाते हैं? देखो, बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट से इन्होंने इस बार 2 सवाल पूछ लिए हैं. I have an expectation that they should not ask anything next year. Does not mean that you should not prepare border management. You should. But one topic that you should keep a lot of emphasis on for next year is money laundering. It's a topic that they haven't really explored much till now. Second topic that you need to give a lot of emphasis on is role of media and social media in creating challenges to India's internal security. तो आप ये टॉपिक भी एक अच्छे से प्रिपेयर कर लीजिएगा, रोल ऑफ मीडिया एंड सोशल मीडिया इन क्रिएटिंग चैलेंजेस टू इंडियाज इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी. ठीक है जी. सो मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग, रोल ऑफ मीडिया, सोशल मीडिया, ये हो गया. फिर उसके अलावा जो एक बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक मेरे को बड़े सारों से लगता है, वेरियस सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज एंड देयर मैंडेट में एक टॉपिक है आपका वेरियस सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज एंड देयर मैंडेट. ये सारे टॉपिक्स हैं आपके सिलेबस के. मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एंड प्रिवेंशन, रोल ऑफ मीडिया एंड सोशल मीडिया एंड क्रिएटिंग चैलेंजेस टू इंडियाज इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी. वेरियस सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज एंड देयर मैंडेट में आप CAPF के टॉपिक को अच्छे से प्रिपेयर कर लीजिएगा, चैलेंजेस रिलेटेड टू देयर फंक्शनिंग एक्सेट्रा एंड सो एंड सो फोर्थ. Right, this is another topic. Fourth very important topic which I can see which is going to be creating tremors in the coming years is the relationship between organized crime and terrorism, और इससे related question आने की बहुत expectation है. साइबर सिक्योरिटी तो हमेशा एवरग्रीन टॉपिक है, ये तो अच्छे से प्रिपेयर करना ही है. If you don't prepare this then you are creating a trouble for yourself. And lastly, very important topic for the upcoming year is role of external state actors in creating challenges to India's internal security or in India's internal security. ये बड़ा important है. External state actors के क्या क्या रोल रहा है, इसको प्रिपेयर करने के लिए. ठीक है. Any doubts or any question that you people have, please ask. Please tell me what are the questions that you have. Any questions that you people may have. See, a lot of you have been sending mail on my email ID as well. I have not been able to respond for a good number of months now, and I am really sorry for that. It's just the just how things have been at my end. But I'll try to respond to the mails that have been sent to me. You already know where to reach out to me. Any questions? Any questions? Please feel free to ask quickly. Otherwise, I'll finish the session. Any question? If you don't have any question, then we'll call this session off. So Abhishek is saying this, how to revise things, how to make an effective revision plan. See, the best way is that you should have notes for everything. If not notes, at least wherever and whichever book you are reading from, on the margins you should have the major points of what you have studied on every page. And that's the only way to revise. Best, two things have to be kept in mind for revision. One, your sources should not be too many. Second, your sources should be consolidated. That is, all of them should be at one place. You could have an index prepared at one place कि यार ये वाले टॉपिक के लिए इस फला फला किताब के इस पेज से पढ़ना है, इस टॉपिक के लिए इस नोटबुक के इस पेज से पढ़ना है, या इसके लिए ये करंट अफेयर मटेरियल रेफर करना है. Either you do that, or you have all of them compiled at one place in form of photocopy or whatever, in whichever way, which in my opinion is a very cumbersome thing. So the first one makes more sense. Second, as I said, is that anything that you are reading, there should be a synopsis of it available to you, which you can revise every time, and try to be regular and consistent with your revision. Do not think that today you will read something and then maybe after a month I will revise it. सब गोबर हो जाएगा, सब जीरो हो जाएगा, अंडा बन जाएगा उसका दिमाग के अंदर. So if you really want to revise things properly, ensure that you revise within 24 hours, then you revise in 3 days, then you revise in a week's time, then you revise in 2 weeks time, and then you revise in a month's time, and then you revise in 3 months, and then you revise in a year's time. ऐसे करके करना पड़ेगा, तभी आपके दिमाग में चीजें कंसोलिडेट होंगी. अदरवाइज अगर आप एक टॉपिक पढ़ के 1 महीने बाद रिवाइज करने जाओगे तो कुछ नहीं याद आएगा और कोई फायदा भी नहीं है, वो आपका सब वेस्ट हो जाएगा. एनी अदर क्वेश्चन? So what should be the strategy of students now who have written this year's mains? See, my suggestion will be, you people have already got a decent break now of last 1 week or so. जितना break लेना है, 1 हफ्ते का और 3-4 दिन break ले लो. After that, you get back to the grind and you start looking at the DAF that you have submitted to UPSC. Start analyzing each and every portion of it. Look at some of the previous year toppers interviews, ट्रांसक्रिप्ट, और उसके बेसिस के ऊपर देखिए कि आपको क्या क्वेश्चंस पूछे जा सकते हैं. ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड ईच एंड एवरीथिंग दैट यू हैव मेंशन्ड इन योर डैफ. लेट्स से यू हैव मेंशन्ड स्विमिंग एज अ हॉबी. You should know basics of swimming. You should revise those things. You should know about who has won the 100 meter at Olympics in the last Olympics, who has won the 200 meters, who won the butterfly, who won the the breaststroke, who won this, that. So you should be aware of these things. You should be knowing about the latest developments that are happening in the sport of swimming as well. तो इस तरह से आपको एक एक चीज अपने आपके जो डैफ में मेंशन्ड है वो प्रिपेयर करना होगा. अगर आपने बर्थ प्लेस अपना पुरुलिया लिखा है तो यू शुड नो वेयर पुरुलिया इज, व्हाट इज द हिस्ट्री ऑफ पुरुलिया, व्हाट आर द मेजर इंसिडेंट दैट हैव हैपेंड इन पुरुलिया, व्हाट इज द ज्योग्राफी ऑफ पुरुलिया. तो कोशिश कीजिएगा कि इस तरीके से इन डेप्थ हर चीज को प्रिपेयर करें, पहली. सेकेंडली, मेक अ ग्रुप of 3 to 4 people among your friends and start discussing topics on a weekly basis or bi-weekly basis. 4-5-10 topics रखो, 5 लोगों का friends का group है. Everyone will prepare 2 topics. One will prepare, let's say, on COVID-19 and India's response to it. Someone else will prepare the farm laws and the agitation. Third one person would prepare something related to India's डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द कोविड-19 वैक्सीन और व्हाटएवर, ऐसे करते करते 10 टॉपिक कर लिए, आप डिस्कस कीजिए अपने बीच में। एक आदमी जो है मॉडरेट करेगा पूरी डिस्कशन, द पर्सन हु विल बी द लीडर हु वुड हैव प्रिपेयर्ड, एंड द अदर्स विल डिस्कस दैट वे, और वन पर्सन कैन डिलीवर अ स्पीच दैट दिस इज व्हाट आई हैव प्रिपेयर्ड, नाउ लेट्स डिस्कस। डिस्कशन करो, क्वेश्चंस निकालो, ट्राई टू बी इंक्विजिटिव अबाउट द टॉपिक्स दैट यू आर प्रिपेयरिंग, ट्राई टू थिंक what could be possible questions around each and every topic that you have to prepare. तो ये कीजिएगा नेक्स्ट 2-3 महीने के लिए। इतने में डेट्स आ जाएंगी पर्सनैलिटी टेस्ट की। ठीक है, और कुछ? Should we read newspaper now with 5 months in hand for prelims? Yes sir, you have to read newspaper up till 15 days before prelims. Okay, is 6 months enough for prelims? Even 3 months are enough for prelims, depends upon how much time you are willing to devote, what is your level of preparation till now, and what kind of background you have you had some kind of exposure to these subjects, etc., and so many other things put there. But for an average student, someone who does not necessarily have a background, someone who's preparing from scratch, 6 months is enough to prepare for prelims alone. I won't say that you can prepare for prelims and mains both in 6 months. It is very difficult along with optional, but you can definitely do a large portion of GS for prelims and mains in 6 months. ओके, ये मैंने क्वेश्चन कर दिया है प्रकाश ऑलरेडी आंसर। सर हिस्ट्री क्वेश्चंस के ऊपर क्यों पूछ रहे हो मुझसे यार, मैं हिस्ट्री का टीचर ही नहीं हूं जब तो। ओके, एनीथिंग एल्स? ओके, ठीक है, फेयर एनफ। सो आई थिंक I'll stop the queries here. Thank you so much, and wishing all of you all the very best. I hope that you found this session useful, and I'll see you again very soon. Thank you. Bye bye.